Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I'm joined live from Naples by the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl, our Senior Economist. Tracy, how are you?
All right. Good morning, all.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Well, it's Friday. It's CPI Friday, and my guess is we've had some news already happen today.
Yep, really quickly. Obviously, we have CPI this morning. Most are assuming that this is going to maintain a steady pace of increase in January as businesses raise prices at the start of the year. So we'll see about that. So it is supposed to come in a little bit lower than December, but still remain elevated. So we'll see how that turns out. Now, this is a crazy story, and I'll go over it really quickly. It came out last night. So there's the logistics stocks plunged yesterday. I don't know if anybody was actually paying attention to them, but we had the Russell 3000 trucking index slid 6.6%. C.H. Robinson Worldwide, huge logistics company, fell at one point was down 24%. Then ended up around 15% down, and Landstar Systems fell 16%. Now, this is all because of, we keep hearing these stories about AI and then all coming out to take all of these jobs. We had the financial sector, financials puked. So this latest company that came out and said that they have a logistics AI bot is coming from, and I'm not kidding, a former karaoke company that turned AI company in 2025, and it has a stock market value of $6 million. It is a micro cap. And not only that, their last earnings report shows them with a net loss totaling $3 million. So this company that was a karaoke company comes out, says they have logistics AI bot, is an underwater company, hasn't made a dime on this, and freaked out the market. So that just tells you how sensitive these markets are to these AI headlines, because it's absolutely ridiculous in my mind. So moving on, Bissett was on TV this morning talking. He said that he doesn't want to decouple with China. He wants to de-risk. The bond market is so tame because we're sorting the fiscal house. I'm not sure what that means exactly. And then there was a story overnight that the administration was working to narrow broad tariffs on steel and aluminum products. That came out from the Financial Times. We had consequently steel and aluminum vomits all over in the overnight. But Bessent came on TV today, kind of derailed that situation a little bit and said that, let me get the quote really quick, said, if anything's done, I think it'd be a calibration on some incidental objects, he said, on the rollback of steel and aluminum tariffs. So maybe once again, some headline went a little crazy. And the market ran with it. Speaking of which, there was an OPEC headline from Reuters out this morning that said OPEC nations are going to resume supply hikes in April. That is not true. OPEC has not decided on any output plans for April yet, but OPEC crude took a dive on that, of course. And then last but not least, moving on to Bitcoin, we had a report out from Standard Chartered. So they think this was kind of funny. So if the $60,000 level doesn't hold from last week, then they think how the report was worded was just, we think it's bottomed, but if it hasn't bottomed, then they are looking for high 40s.
Yeah, I mean, the high 40s
40,000.
the high 40s are the April 2024 swing lows. I mean, they've been on my radar screen forever. So all they need to do is call me, Tracy.
All right. I will have them call you next time.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, we have a great lineup today. Friday, Capital Preservation Friday. Blake Morrow is popping in here as usual in a couple seconds. After that, we have the Mighty Packs for Capital Preservation Friday. And midday markets, we have West Coast represented with XYZ and Christian Trading Boxes. Also joining them will be Lumi and Stowe 42. Stowe is back, everybody. And also keep in mind, folks, we are extending today to 1 p.m. We're not finishing at 12. We're going all the way to 1. So that's going to be a thing going forward too. So extra hour of midday markets and live trading. It's going to be awesome. Shai, I think we're ready to bring Blake in.
All right.
The pips are.
Good morning.
How are you, brother?
I'm still giggling about the karaoke thing. I was about ready to just break out some singing, but it only sounds good in the shower, so I decided against it. So
Yeah, and Blake, it probably doesn't sound good in the shower either, but
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm sure.
oh my goodness. Well, let's start out with the obvious thing that's going to be hitting us coming forward here. We have, CPI used to be the big day. Everyone used to freak out about it, anticipate it, and all that stuff. I get the sense that it's maybe not so much a big deal today. What do you guys think? Blake, we'll start with you.
I do think it's a big deal. And the reason why is because we're kind of hovering on the cusp of, let me use the analogy of dominoes. The market's got a series of dominoes that have been falling. So you start with Bitcoin, then you start with silver. Now you're starting to see that hit some of the risk currencies. So you're seeing the dominoes kind of fall. Today is such a key development, in my opinion, because we've seen equity markets kind of, they've wobbled a little bit. And frankly, if the data comes in a little hot, you could see, further weakness you could see some further weakness in the in equities on a stronger number, which could tip that domino over a little bit, and maybe the S&P trades below 6,800. And so I think the market's a little unnerved at this point in time. And so, anything that comes in a little hotter than expectations might push back the idea that the Fed is going to cut rates anytime in the near future when Warsh comes in. So I don't know. And because the market's so wobbly, the last couple of days, we could set off, and it's Friday the 13th, for crying out loud. It's Friday the 13th.
Shai, what's your sense coming into this?
Well, I just wanted to add on to one thing, or just remind people of one thing that I was talking about on Monday, was that we talked about the fact that Goldman Sachs had a report out and said that stocks are facing more selling this week from trend following algorithmic funds. They were expected, if the market continued higher, they were still going to be sellers. They would have to shed about $8.7 billion. But if the market went down, that would trigger $33 billion of selling this week. And so, I think we've had pressure just from the systematic funds all week, and we've obviously seen that in the market, but we did go over that on Monday. As far as CPI is concerned, I agree. If it comes in hotter than expected, I think markets won't like that because we don't get rate cuts, and everybody seems to want these rate cuts. So we'll have to see what happens with that. If I'm looking at what the expectations are CPI month over month is supposed to be 0.3%. That's flat from where it was before. Core CPI month over month is supposed to be a touch hotter, and core and CPI year over year is supposed to be a touch softer, and year over year for core CPI is supposed to be a touch softer. So we'll see. And again, that goes back to core. It goes back to January with people raising prices. Generally, January, we do see that month over month a touch higher than the December number.
Set aside core for a second. We're looking at, crude is now back at a 62 in the 62 handle. We were trying to push up in the 65s a little while ago. Heating oil's off a little bit. RBOB's off a little bit. And Tracy, the energy complex just seems to every time we try to get this big breakout to the upside, it just kind of floats back down. So when in my mind it's like, all right, forget about core for a second. How are these prices reflecting forward in the bigger CPI number?
Well, I think, again, I talk about this. I think it's going to take months of kind of a sustained number in crude to really start to filter down into the economy. That said, holding over, we were kind of in the 50s range for a while. We're kind of lower 60s. So we're not yet really high enough that's going to be that impactful to the broader economy. Now, if we do start seeing, 65 and above sustained, then that certainly will filter into the economy, but it'll certainly take, a couple months to do so. It won't show up right away.
Yeah. And by the way, well, we're going to be rolling into the April crude oil contract, folks, in a couple of days, so pay attention to that. But same question to you, Blake. I mean, how are energies pushing or pulling on any of this?
Well, I think that move down to the 200 DMA today and crude off of those OPEC headlines. I mean, that's got to hold. I mean, the low today's got to hold around the $62 level. I think Tracy's been spot on with her, calls of a stronger crude oil. And boy, you're right, Tracy. If we get above $65, that's going to start to, There's always like a midpoint, which I think we're at when you're dealing with like crude oil and energy prices, where things are fine, but they start to get above where they're at, and you start to see, RBOB prices go up. It's going to start to hit the consumer. The consumer's already stretched as it is, so any little tick higher and people's prices at the pump, it's gonna have an effect on consumer spending and the economy in general. So I do want to just note really quick that we're looking at like NASDAQ futures and S&P futures are near the lows of the session. When we were talking about like the CPI data, I'm looking at currencies that maybe aren't reflective of necessarily what's happening in crude, but risk currencies like the Aussie dollar. If we hold where we're at right now, we post a pretty big false breakout, and that's a big risk currency. It's kind of like the Bitcoin of currencies, if you will. So,
oh my God.
The Bitcoin, we got Blake saying the Bitcoin now.
The Bitcoin, just like the Ethereum and the big BMOC, the big man on campus. Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, so all right, let's talk about the Aussie dollar right now, because Tracy's also mentioned this is really a commodity currency also, and it's just been ripping higher ever since the 19th of January. Yesterday we saw a top, at least a temporary top. Today a little bit more selling, so it's a decent sized red candle so far. Is this just a regular kind of textbook retracement back down to the 23.6% retracement, Blake, or no?
If we weren't rejecting, levels from 2021 and 2022, aggressively, I would say, it would be a normal retracement, but we're really rejecting some big resistance, and we're at 70 cents. That 70 cents level, it's a psychological barrier. It's going back to the Bitcoin. You think about like Bitcoin at 100,000, that's 100,000 is a big, psychological number. 70 cents on the Aussie dollar is a big psychological number as well. We're trading above it. We trade below it. We close the week below it. Anybody who's long is going to be like, okay, wait, I'm second guessing myself. The RBA, we know they're going to continue to hike rates, but maybe that's already worked in the price. The whole reason why we've gone from 66 cents to 71 cents is because of that. So then you're going to get people really, really thinking, maybe I shouldn't be long Aussie dollars, especially when stocks are coming down. So that's the psychological mind screwing that traders are getting right now.
Yeah, I gotcha. I just added the line on my chart, Blake. I'm not, you have to tell me twice. But so Tracy, why is the Aussie dollar so important when you think about commodities? Also, I mean, it's kind of, you've mentioned it before. It's kind of like a commodity currency.
Well, it's a commodity currency because it's a huge metals and mining country. Right. And they also are a big natural gas producer. And so they've got a lot of natural resources. And so they're generally their currency is considered to be tied to commodities, since that is their major source of income is commodity exports.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm looking at the quote board right now, and Aussie dollar's done 63,000 contracts on the CME futures, and That's the second biggest volume currency pair we have. I mean, the yen is number one at 84,000, but then you go to Aussie second, and then Euro is third. Euro always used to be the top, but not anymore. I think it's kind of shifted to these other currencies.
Yeah, I think the attention has really shifted to a lot of them because, especially the Aussie, as Tracy was just pointing out, it is a big commodity currency, and there's a lot of attention on it right now because it is the central bank. The RBA is the central bank that's really divergent from the Fed right now, and so as the RBA has been raising rates, the Fed's looking to cut rates next. So it's definitely got the Aussie square into the purview of all traders out there. And just for the record, my kids say that I'm actually a pretty big source of natural gas myself.
TMI,
Come on, we try to get you guys to
TMI.
laugh on a Friday. Come on, come on, get some giggles out there.
All right,
We're
I'll
trader.
look at it.
It's tradertainment, folks. It's not just entertainment. It's
Tradertainment. Oh my
Yes.
God, I'm going to trademark that.
You should.
Oh my God. So let's pivot over to the metals. I mean, gold right now. So gold to me is interesting because we had that giant sell-off right back on the 30th of January, one of the biggest candles of all time in gold. And I drew the piercing line or the midpoint of that red candle, which I usually do when I see those big ones, and that's at 50.77 half. And a couple days ago we had our first close above that, but then it failed, and that's kind of a warning sign to me, saying, all right, either we're going to consolidate sideways here, or this huge bull run is over. I'm not sure which one, but it's taken 8-9 days so far, and it's failed to get back above that midpoint. I guess Tracy, let's start with you. What do you think about gold?
I personally, being a bull in gold, both gold and silver, welcome this move after, we had parabolic moves higher. We had a huge puke. I am happy to see this market go sideways. I would say, if we could bounce around between, say, 4,700 and 5,100 for a while here, I would be very happy with that situation. Have it calm down, work off some of that overbought bullishness, and then set itself up for a leg higher.
Yeah. How about you? What are you thinking, Blake?
Well, is that a 200 DMA that moving average right down there?
Ever since I met Anthony, I've become a VWAP guy.
Got that.
So
Okay,
this
all
is just
right.
an anchored VWAP from the beginning of the year, and it lines up nicely with kind of this rally that we saw, and then a support level that we saw around 43.19. And so it's almost picture perfect for me. So we're still trading north of it, which is constructive, but it's right on my radar screen.
Got it. Okay.
I have
Well, go ahead, Trace.
I have the 200 way below at 39.87.
Yeah, and I do too. It just happened to be coinciding with my 4-hour 200 period moving average. But regardless, I'm gonna say that gold. The failure this week at the 5,100 level, that was a big deal because that was the previous spike low on January 26th. So as it being the previous spike low and we failed there. I would be a little hesitant to be on the long side. I do like buying dips. I'm with Tracy, but I'm less constructive on silver because silver stalled at a 38% retracement. Silver is obviously the high beta version of the two precious metals. So if you're looking for direction, you look at silver for direction, meaning if silver is going down, which I think silver is actually going to trade back down towards I would say low 60s, if not high 50s, mid 50s, $55. If silver actually does that, I think gold will pull back, but I think gold's probably going to hold up much better than silver, if you think about the two, you use silver as the lead, and let's just say I'm right and silver actually pulls back, let gold pull back. But when you think silver bottoms and whenever you think silver is, getting to a level that it is going to bounce, that is the time that you want to be picking up gold. And so hopefully if everything works out the way that I'm thinking about it in my head, gold trades back down towards 4,400 and doesn't create a new low, and that gives us great levels to be on the long side. And that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. I don't want to chase gold higher, but I was talking with Pax a little bit earlier, or I guess it was on Sunday of this week. As we were doing the open here on NinjaTrader Live, I was really hoping for a move in gold to 53.50. There's a big harmonic pattern. It's called a Gartley. If you guys are familiar with it, it's actually perfect. If we got there, the Fibonacci's match up perfectly to 53.50. If we got there, I'd be on the short side. Then I started looking at the macro, margins, and I'm like, geez, man, it's expensive, to trade gold on the short side, to put yourself at that much risk. But anyway, just a thought.
Yeah, and I just toggled over to the silver chart, same daily candle, same midpoint, same everything, same VWAP, same fib, and this is looking way weaker than gold comparatively speaking. And Shai, what are you thinking about silver now?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still like silver to the long side, but I'm looking at this over, the next 3 to 5 years. And so my time horizon is probably a lot longer than most people. Again, happy to see this market, consolidate. I would certainly be a buyer if we saw, I have actually the same levels that I have low 60s, high 50s, same levels kind of that Blake does, would be, I would look to be a buyer there.
Yeah.
So
I got it. It's just, by the way, and we're going to talk about this more later on with Pax when we get to a CME segment, but the smaller size silver contract is on the NinjaTrader platforms right now. It's sick. It's a 100-ounce contract, sick. 50-cent tick. I know, SIC. It's sick. We've got about, let's see, about 2,000 contracts traded so far this morning. Brand new contract. So if you want some silver exposure and you want to, get used to the flow, that might be a good place to go. The E-minis are on silver, 93,000 contracts, and the big contract did 26,000 contracts. Now here's where it gets really crazy. The micro gold has done 217,000 contracts already today. I mean, that's a huge amount. That might be the winner. No, it's not. The micro NASI is a little bit more. E-mini S&P is a little bit more. Yeah, so it's not the biggest one, but it's noticeably liquid.
But by the way, just FYI, for those of you that we were just talking about crude oil and being dip buyers down here by that 200 DMA, the crude's almost recovered the whole OPEC headline that came out a little bit earlier. So nice for the dip buyers out there.
Nice one, Jim.
It's good to know some. Did I get filled? I don't know if I got filled. I gotta check. Anyway. Well, I don't know what's going on.
Yes, you do. Don't play coy, Jim.
Full disclosure, by the way, though, I did get out of my bond trade finally. Thank goodness. I was sweating. I went out for about 9 days, actually, but we're good now. Let's keep rolling, though. I mean, we've got treasuries now. Speaking of bonds, I mean, bonds are still sticky high. I mean, this is still, we had a decent auction yesterday, as Tracy pointed out. In Craig, and we literally, look at this is a breakout. This is like the definition. If I'm going to write a book about support and resistance breakout levels, I'm going to put this chart here. I mean, we just smashed through this area of resistance, this double top, if you will, right around 116.15, and now we're just not mid, but close to mid 117s, and no retracement in sight so far on the 30-year Treasury bonds with CPI coming up.
Jim, you're referencing the ZBs right there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you do me a favor? Can you pull up the ZNs, the notes, please?
Yeah, but my chart's not as cool. But okay.
No, but they are. They will be. If you zoom out, like scrunch that up just a bit. Yeah, okay. Exactly. And then you go across the highs. We just pierced through the channel. So that the top trend line, if you just drop it across the top.
All right, hang on a second.
Yeah,
I knew you were going to do this to me. So
I know. Here? I'm sorry. I like to draw things.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. But I have it a little bit lower just because of the lower trend line. So you'd have to put it on the bottom first. Yeah, it's something like that. You put it on the bottom first across the lows, and then you just duplicate that line. And we're
actually, what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, because the lows are consistent. the lows are almost to the tick.
All right.
Yep, there you go.
Something like that.
Something like that, yeah. And then
Okay.
you duplicate that, and then what you're going to notice is, yeah, you're coming out of this channel.
Yeah.
And I do think that because you got the ZBs and the 30-year breaking higher, the notes look like they could really go too, and that would be inconsistent though with higher CPI. But if CPI is easing, because hey, we have an administration that wants lower inflation, so maybe we get lower inflation somehow. Yeah.
Well, by the way, we're going to have breaking news here in a second.
Yeah. About 5 minutes,
about
actually.
5 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, looking good on both. I mean, fixed income looks pretty solid here.
Yeah, no, for sure. So Tracy, let's talk a little bit about the number coming out here at 8:30. This is for the CPI, but what's the data for? Is it for January?
Yeah. We have January CPI. We have CPI month over month, year over year, and then core CPI month over month and year over year. So we will see what that is coming up. So just quickly, CPI month over month is supposed to remain steady at 0.3%. Core CPI month over month is supposed to be a touch higher at 0.3% versus 0.2%. Year over year, CPI is to be lower. Prior was 2.7%. Survey is 2.5%. And then core CPI year over year is supposed to be also a touch lower. Prior 2.6%, and survey is 2.5%. And I looked at the survey, and it looks like everybody's pretty much in line. There was nobody. There was no analyst that was way out there this time. So everybody's like 2.5, 2.6% on that core, because core is the Fed's preferred metric. So that's what everybody's watching.
Well, we got Pax in here. Pax, good morning. How you doing, my friend?
Oh, great, Jimmy. How are you?
Pretty good. I got to ask
Pax.
Hey, sister.
Pax.
What's up, Blake?
What's happening?
Tracy, I was hoping you were going to say scooch. It was just a scooch higher, but you said, it's a bit higher. That was funny.
You guys, I mean, the Fed hasn't met their target inflation rate for 5 years now. What makes us think they're going to ever meet it?
Yeah, I think we're today's number is going to be important. We can see another inflationary boom.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Ooh, the market wouldn't like that, Pax.
No, but remember, I've never seen a bid I haven't wanted to hit. So I might be talking my opinion. I'll let the market talk to me.
I mean, no matter how you slice it, it's running above their target 2%. They say they're worried about it, but they haven't really done a whole lot to do anything about it. So to me, I kind of feel like they're okay with it, sort of in a band of like 2 to 3%, even though they won't say that.
If you don't think Kevin Warsh isn't going to run this economy hot, and he's going to run it hot.
Yeah, but our counterparts in Europe, the ECB seems to have made their targets, haven't they, Blake?
They have, and but I think they're getting more concerned about the level of the euro right now. So, they probably be happy with a little bit higher inflation in the U.S. so they don't have to deal with a euro above 120.
Yeah, and they got a goat rodeo over there with how many different sovereign entities are part of the ECB? I don't even know. A lot. 29 or some crazy number. I forget. Yeah. They keep bringing in new countries every week. It seems like. Hey, we're about a minute and a half away from this data. Yeah. Well,
everybody take note of where we are. All traders take note of where we are. There's big sellers right now on the NASDAQ at 24,693. Take note of where we are. NASDAQ is at 24,690. SPOOs are at 6336. Bonds are at 1708. Gold at 4987. Silver 70. So I don't want anything to do with silver. It'll run you over. And it's at 77 something. And crude 6280. So let's see. I took a picture of it, so I have record of it.
You didn't reference Bitcoin. Come on, man.
Oh my God! I heard you say the Bitcoin. I said
Bitcoin.
Yeah. I heard Tracy make note of it. That was funny.
Tracy, that's something you should. That's what you should. I'm
getting everybody to say it. All right, I'm gonna get everybody to say that.
The Bitcoin?
You started,
Yes.
you started it, but I'll just continue it, right?
I think it's hilarious.
Oh my God, the Bitcoin. I
30
love it.
seconds.
30 seconds. Yeah,
30
keep.
seconds.
I'll keep a NASI chart up, and then we'll keep an eye on the bonds. I'll just keep glancing at the bonds.
Yeah. The
All
Bitcoin.
right.
The Bitcoin.
The Bitcoin. I like it.
All right. I'm ready.
So we'll
I'm ready.
see.
I'm glad Pax told us to save the screen here. I did it.
Yeah, no,
Save
that's a
the
pro.
screen.
That's a pro tip.
That is.
All right. They like it.
All right, let's
Woo!
go.
Oh, look at that.
All right,
sweet.
so
Yeah, very
core
Whoa,
CPI
whoa.
month over month came in at 0.2%, lower than expected. Core CPI 0.3% as expected. Then on year over year, core CPI 2.5% as expected, but lower than last time. And core CPI month over month came in as expected, but a touch hotter than prior. So pretty much as expected across the board, except for CPI year over year came in a little bit colder than expected and much colder than prior.
Hey Tracy, what does this administration want?
Lower rates. Weaker
Rate
dollar.
cuts.
Rate cuts, lower
Rate
CPI.
cuts.
You're gonna get what you want. It's coming.
You're going to get what you want.
Man, oh man, bonds just took. I got out of my bond position too early, everybody. And literally, boom, 10 handle spike in the 30-year Treasury bonds now, 117, 17, 30 seconds. That's a big move up.
That is a nice move, but it's also going to run into a lot of resistance up here too.
Yeah, I mean, I have my shelf around 117, starting at 117 and 28, 30 seconds up to about that 118 handle. So we'll see how it goes. But that was surprising. That was a surprising move right there. So
Big breakout in fixed income. But yeah, I think what Pax is looking at is really, really important right now.
Look at I just put up a weekly on the bonds, and 117.15 is a 100-week moving average, and it's flirting with it. Got above it, and then it spiked above it on the number, and then it's just kind of churning it now. So just getting under it. The last time that we were above the 115
Gold
handle,
got
we spent 3
excited.
days there. Yeah,
Gold, let's check it
yes, nice
Gold
pop
ripped.
in gold.
Yep. We got a pop in silver as well. And no, not platinum, just silver and gold. Got a nice pop there. They like rate cuts, so not surprising there.
all right, so guys, we're up against time, but let's just go around really quickly and just got one question for you. We'll start with you, Blake. Is this a risk on or risk off day, or who knows in neutral?
I would say I'd say the market's going to like this weaker data. The issue that I would be watching right now is what's happening in fixed income. I'd be watching the dollar too. If the dollar yen starts to get in the low 152s, that's more of the currency market saying, the dollar is at risk of actually falling, and I don't know how the market would take that. So we didn't get a chance to talk about the yen, but we're getting really close to some big break levels where it starts to affect portfolios globally. So that's why I think the yen's still worth, keeping on your radar on a day like today.
Got it. All right, and Shai, final word. What are you thinking?
I think, obviously markets like this, we got to take up higher. What's going to really matter for this market is, did the CTAs finish selling everything that they needed to sell this week, or is there going to be continued selling? And then also, I would watch the crude market because we still have a very fluid situation geopolitically going on as well. And we have a long weekend.
Yeah, roger that. On that note, service announcement here. The Sunday night open show with Paxton and Blake and Craig and Farm, that's going to be Monday night because that Monday's a holiday. It's President's Day. The CME does have that half a day of trading, but it's usually not a really good day to trade. So I wouldn't hold it against you if you didn't trade on Monday. But be careful. Don't be calling me at 12 o'clock saying your data doesn't work. but it's closing early. So because of that, we're going to do the Sunday night show Monday night and hit the ground running. The other thing I do want to remind everybody is Wednesday, 1 p.m. East Coast time, Larry Williams, a special Larry Williams event. We're going to
Awesome.
extend our hours. I mean, I get to interview Larry for an hour. It's going to be awesome. So keep that in mind.
Awesome. I can't wait for that.
Sweet.
Anyway, having said all that, Blake, thank you. Have a great weekend, and looking forward to talking to you again. And Shai, I will talk to you later on today.
All right.
Great week.
Bye, guys. Bye, Pax. It was fun being on with you.
Yeah. Hey, Tracy, I still want to call and talk a little bit maybe this weekend about OPEC stuff and everything out in Saudi and get your perspective on it.
Okay.
You
cool,
are the
cool.
best
Will
in the
do.
business. Best in the business. Shy girl. And
right.
Blake,
I'll
have a
call
great
you.
weekend, my brother. I'll see you Sunday.
You
Or
too,
Monday.
brother. All right. Bye-bye.
So yeah, so Pax, you're right about Tracy being the best there. She literally this morning, I was like, I was looking to get in a position with crude oil, but I was a little bit worried because it just looked so negative, and they had that negative news headline that came out this morning. She's like, "No, that's bullshit. I was on a WhatsApp call with the Saudi ministers this morning saying that that's just bullshit," and I was like, "Huh? Were you really?"
God, I told you, don't say that out loud. Now you just said it out loud.
Why is that bad?
I bought some too.
I bought some too.
Soon as I saw you buying them, I'm like, oh, this guy doesn't make it. Jimmy doesn't make a trade unless it's a sure thing. I am in. I bought a 4 lot at 64 amp or 62 amp.
Look, unbelievable, man. How you been? How's your week?
Good. It was, good. I missed yesterday. But quiet week. Spent a lot of time talking to a lot of great traders this week, and it's fun to see a lot of the newer traders just, really, really kill it, or not newer traders, younger traders really, really do well. It's incredibly gratifying for me to be able to have, like an influence, an uncle-ish influence on this new generation of traders or these younger traders or just any traders in general. And that's fun. That makes it a little bit more palatable to me when I miss 100 handle easy opening range break because I'm at the doctor getting the old finger. Wasn't no fun. That was no fun. Thank God that urologist has got very skinny fingers.
All righty then. No wonder why you're so happy today. I was saying.
Oh no, very uncomfortable.
Oh my goodness. Well, good. I'm glad you're feeling good. You're looking good for sure this week. It's been a week. There's been a lot of volatility, a lot of price movement, a lot of really good trades. You mentioned the younger traders. Yesterday we had Salma, Jack, Joey. They're relatively new to the network. They're all really young, especially Selma, but they're awesome. And I listen to them. And now this is an important thing for me is, ABL, always be learning. I pick stuff up from them. And it's like, I'm not the master of knowledge here. So, no matter who you're talking to, think a little bit deeper and be open-minded. Don't just discount somebody because of their age. These guys are awesome. I love them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. I do too. I love their perspective, not just on I'm very careful in whose perspective I choose to take or whose, I don't trust anybody's technical analysis except for 3 people. And one of them I don't speak to. So I'm very careful in that. And I learned a long time ago to try to not let somebody else's opinion or positions affect my outlook on the market. And that's very important to me too. But listening to other people's, perspective on things is great. And it also helps me, I think, help them. Like I'm always railing about buying dips and selling rips. Don't pick bottoms, don't pick tops. Trade in the middle. Being a bottom picker and a top picker eventually will run you over, and and that can touch off a downward spiral to where all of a sudden you're giving back everything. There isn't like there's no Rubicon that you're going to cross. There's no line that you're going to cross where that stops happening. Oh, I made it. Yeah. The second you start thinking you made it is the second you ought to close your accounts, take the money out, and start driving a cab. the second I start thinking that, my wife will shut down my accounts and lock me out, because I'll be on my way to doing what I did to myself in 2011 and 12. So that's not going to happen,
Yeah.
Anyway, the whole idea is that this is a journey. And in that journey, we listen to one another. We pick things up from one another. We expand our horizons. There's a time and a place to buy a low, to sell a high, and there's a time and a place to let the market, settle out. Trade the in between, and the way that I do it is, trade the opening range. Yesterday, anybody that picked bottoms yesterday is going to get killed. Yesterday's bottom of the opening range was 69.79. We broke 100 points from there, and it was not hard.
Yeah.
So just
speaking of that,
mindset stuff too.
Did you know Pat Shaughnessy? Pat was the risk manager for NinjaTrader for a long period of time. Before that, Pat was on the floor. Did you ever run across Pat?
I don't think so.
Okay. Anyway, great guy, so smart. Has that floor experience, has back office experience. And I was talking to Pat once, and he's like, Jim, because I'm behind the scenes a lot, because I'm the risk manager. What are some of the traits of the successful, long-term successful traders? And he was like, they take a little bit out of the middle, take a little bit out of the middle, take a little bit out of the middle. And that stuck with me. He told me this about 5 years ago, and it's just, it makes sense.
I've backed a lot of traders with my own money, and more than that, I've seen so many traders and witnessed so many traders. And when I was a partner in an FCM, I cleared a lot, and I paid attention to what they all did. And I know a lot of traders that have made a lot of money picking tops and picking bottoms. I don't know any of them that kept it. Well, not many of them. I mean, some people were smart enough to walk away when the walking away was good, but for the most part, you get run over. I mean, how many times have I used this example? And it's very clear. In 2000, in March of 2000, the Nasdaq made a high of 48.82, and like today, we're in the AI revolution, right? AI stocks will never go down. Buy every dip, buy every dip. Well, you're getting rewarded for that. But in 2000, in 1999 and 2000, it was a tech revolution. Buy every dip, buy every dip, buy every dip. We made an all-time high of 48.82. Greenspan was warning of irrational exuberance, and we broke from 48.82 to 7.85 in 2 years. So it was a difference of 87%, and those people went broke. Those people buying the dips, buying the dips, buying the dips, ended up selling everything at the bottom, and it was a horrible situation. Same thing in 08. A little bit of it in 16, a lot of that in the fourth quarter of 2018. And then, of course, in 2022, from the high to the low in the S&P, 48.08 to 35.02, we broke 27%. There was an inflationary trade, and everybody that bought dips got destroyed. It was terrible to watch. Sad. Sad.
Yeah. A little bit out of the middle. I like it. So anyway, Pax, I mean, we're looking at the NASI right now is below everything. It's below the anchored VWAP from November. It's below the yearly VWAP. It's below the yearly open. It's below most of my fib lines. It's below your 24,850 line. And we're really, I mean, we have a swing low from the 26th. What was that? Was that Monday or Friday? Anyway, the 26th. Yeah, that was last Friday. And that swing low is kind of in focus now. That's 24,239. And that's a little bit below your 24,285 number.
Well, so 25,000, I got to look at my notes. 25,570 is the next flattened zone. So underneath 24,000 or 25,132, the next flattened zone is 24,005, just call it 570. Underneath there, then we're going to attack that swing low, sweet cherry at 24,239, 240, 24,240. So for you NASDAQ traders, look at those levels, okay? So the overnight low, I believe, is 24,620, right? So underneath 24,620, you're looking at 570, which isn't that far away. Underneath 570, you got to sell them, and then take profit at the low. If we take out that swing low of 25,000, too many numbers and I'm dyslexic. 24,240. If we take that out, then we're at we're into the 23 handle pretty quickly. 2,400, and then of course 23,230. Better
Yeah.
see a dentist about that. Dad joke. I
Uh,
was talking yesterday. I was talking. Salma and I had a great conversation after the close, and I love Salma. She's got such a great head. She's got such good instincts. She's such a fine young person and a fine young trader. I say it all the time, and I get emotional every so often when I say how grateful I am to be part of this new generation of traders and to be part of Ninja Trader Live. But so Sam and I were talking about a lot of things, and I told her the Ross Deutsch story. Ross Deutsch was the best S&P trader
yeah.
that I think anybody knew. He retired when he was about 40. I was playing golf with him, and while I wasn't he was playing golf. I was just kind of walking with the new set of clubs and cutting up their country club's course. But we were walking down the fairway, and I was short 30 NASDAQ, and I called up and I took profit. I bought 15 in. I bought half my position in. And he said, "Why'd you do that?" And I made 15,000 on it. You don't go broke taking profit. He said, "Yes, you do. How much where's your stop at?" Well, I would have lost 50 grand if I got stopped out. There you go. So your stop is $50,000 loss, and you took half your position off for 15,000. You do go broke taking that kind of profit. And then he explained to me, I will not cover my shorts. And he was short a bunch of S&P. And this is when the S&P was 500 a point. I'm not going to cover my shorts until we get to a place that I would consider getting long at.
Yeah.
I don't have to get long there, but I would consider it. And if we get through that level, I'm going to sell more. So that started that lesson, in 1999. I remember because I got a set of Big Bertha irons from their club, and I still have the wedge. So that lesson from 1999 stayed with me. You don't go broke taking that kind of profit. Too often, young traders are going to have a nice trade on, right? You're going to sell 69.80s yesterday, and you're going to cover at 69.60 and, pat yourself on the back. Good job. Good trade. And that is a good job. That is a good trade. But if you're going to buy 69.60s to take profit, wouldn't it naturally assume that if you're going to do that, you're going to sell them underneath it? I would think that, and then that brings in, like most traders, most of you are going to average in a loss. You're going to buy 69.80s. The market goes lower. You're going to buy 69.80s, 69.60s, and buy 40s, and then puke them at 30. Great traders are going to add to profit. You're short at 80. You take profit at 60. You sell more at 60. You take profit at 30. You're going to sell more underneath there. Days like yesterday become huge days. Old Ross Deutsch story.
Yeah, and it's a tricky statement. You can't go broke taking profit. It's a tricky statement. I mean, yesterday I got out of my bond position at 09, and I was happy to get out of it. In my thought process, though, Pax, is I still might be bullish, but CPI is coming out tomorrow, and I could always get back in. Right, that's the thing about futures trading. You could always get back in long or short, whatever direction you want to get into, whenever you want with the click of the mouse. And so I got out today, this morning. Yeah, I could have gotten out at the 17s. Right, I could have had even a better trade, but I'm happy with that because right now I can get back in if I want. I'm going to watch to see where the dust settles here and decide: do I want to get back in long or not, or do I want to get back in short? So it's a tricky statement because a lot of new traders, a lot of new independent traders. So they get burned sometimes when they hold too long and they end up getting stopped out when they had a profitable trade going. And what it does is it puts a bad taste in people's mouth, right?
Well, you cannot eat paper profits, but you can choke on them. So
yeah, but even with the live trade, I mean, with the live real trade,
yeah,
I know
you have to take profit on the trade. You have to take profit. You've got to take profit on the trade. Where were you long at, Jimmy?
I had a couple entries. So around pretty close to 115, 17.
All right, 17 even. And how many did you have on?
I had a few.
Okay, so let's say you had 4 on. So if you had 4 on, we get up to your price target, sell 1 or sell 2 and leave something on for the numbers. Scratch stop in, and now you'd still be long and you still got the same profit.
Yeah.
And so when you trade the way that I do, if I sell, we're trading at 68.60. If I sell, 46. If I sell 68.46s and that market goes offered, I'm going to pay for my trade to remove my risk. I'm going to take profit on it. And when we get through that profit target, I'm selling more.
Yeah.
My stops are always at a scratch. So that allows me to size up. not size down. Everybody talks about sizing down in volatility and widening your stops. Not me. My stops are scratches, and that allows me to size up in volatility and make more money in volatility.
Yeah. No, that's
if I
a good
want to have
point.
different results, I got to think differently than 90% of traders. And 90% of traders think like that.
Yeah.
90% of traders fail.
Yeah. That's a good point. Good point. By the way, we got a lot of comments about Larry Williams coming on the show on Wednesday at 1 o'clock East Coast time. I get to spend an hour with Larry. He's going to actually be live in the studio. It is true. His daughter is Michelle Williams, the famous actress.
Yep.
But I've got to know Larry before, and he is just, not only is he a great analyst and a great trader, but he's also a very nice man. He's very humble. He's very nice. He's very kind, and he answers questions. And I can't wait. So he hasn't been here for about a year now, so I'm really looking forward to seeing him.
Oh, I can't wait for it either. I love Larry. Anything he puts out, anything he says, a podcast or interviews or books, anything is must listen and must reading for every trader. Every trader.
Yeah.
Listen, all of you guys should be following anything that Larry Williams puts out. All of you guys should be reading anything about Richard Dennis that you possibly can. You've got to know who the legends of this business are, and you need to learn from them constantly. Dan Gramza. That's who you learn from. Dan Gramza. Oh my goodness. Gramza. Dan Gramza.
Yeah.
Best technical, one of the best technical analysts in the world, and definitely one of the best technical analysts, analytical teacher in the world too.
Yeah. I mean, I was so lucky because Dan was, it turns out serendipitously a very close long-term family friend. So we'd go to, Christmas parties and Thanksgivings and stuff like that. And Dan would be there with Marianne. And so I got to sit down with him over, some martinis, let's face it. And really just, pepper him with questions and just pick his brain. He's a terrific guy.
Oh my God, that's like cheating. That's really terrible. I took a class.
I had the answers to the test ahead of time.
Yeah, my first technical analysis class was in 1988 or 1989, and Dan taught it. And I remember walking in there, listening to him talk, and thought, I've got no idea what this man is talking about.
Yeah.
And I sat there and listened, and still, I was too new in the business to understand it. But the one thing I do remember from that is that he had said that from that class, the first day, every trade that you make has the theoretical potential to make your wildest financial dreams come true. Theoretically, every trade you make can crush you. And I thought, holy shit, I'm in.
Yeah.
Whatever that is, I'm in. I just have to learn how to protect myself.
Yeah. I mean, I had the pleasure of, I don't know if it was 2004, 2005, something like that. We were at one of those Traders Expos and a CME sponsored event where Dan was trading live. He had a live account with my brokerage firm. And we had this conference room, breakout room between the Paris Hotel and the Bally's. There's a long corridor that attaches those two casinos. And so we had this big breakout room, and we're trading the open, right? And so in Vegas, it's super early. And so I'm thinking, all right, Dan, he's going to do the trades. I'm going to place the trades, and we're going to go back and forth like broker and trader, like in the old days, but on the big screen with the trading ladder. And so we get to the room, and again, everyone is out till 2 a.m. And so I don't know if it was 5 o'clock in the morning or whatever it is. And I'm thinking no one's going to show to this thing. It's going to be me, Dan, and 3 or 4, teetotalers. And guess what? Standing room only, 1,000 people there. And it was unbelievable, the draw that he had. And not only that, he was nailing trades left and right all morning. It was awesome.
Is Dan Italian? I always thought that Grams was like a Polish name, or some sort of a Polish name.
Yeah. He's not Italian. Yeah, no.
He is. He's not.
No, he's not. He's not. But he is like an Irish guy, though, in the sense he's got 100 brothers and sisters.
Polish. They're all the same. Catholics. Especially in those days, Catholics had a ton of family. There were a ton of kids.
That's right.
And in those days too. But in our parents' age, if they had 10 kids, 1 or 2 became a priest or a nun because they couldn't afford to feed them all. So they sent one off to the seminary and the other one off to the convent. The rest of them went to work.
Oh my God. Any of that. All right, let's talk about gold a little bit here. I mean, gold and silver were the story for sure for a couple of weeks now. The talks kind of died down a little bit. But let's just start with gold here. What are you thinking about? Gold's kind of settled down a little bit. It's kind of sideways now.
Gold's, I want to be long. I'm still long gold. I want to be long gold. From a trading standpoint, though, I'm not touching it. I bought 50.25 is a dividing line. 50.25 is the halfway point of the entire move here. Okay, so you've got to look for $93 swings above 53.95 and below 53.95 on the way to complete. The swings are $185. Okay, that's the major trade swings, but half of that is going to be the ladder rungs. So gold is trading in $93 ladder rungs at this point. So 50.25 minus 93, I think, is like 49.30, which is close to yesterday's low. If we hold 49.30, then you get long back up to 50.25, and then you take profit there. If we get above 50.25, it's another 100. It's another 93.
All right, so I'm starting with 50.25.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. There we go. And that's it. That's, we wicked to that today.
Then the level above here that we want to pay attention to is 51.17. And then the swing completes at 52.10. Okay. So on the downside, below 50.25, the ladder rung is 49.30. And then underneath it, it completes at like 48.50-ish. On the upside, if we hold 49, too many numbers, I have to picture them in my head. If we hold 49.30, then it's back to 50 quarter, which we've already traded. You take profit there, and then you add above 50 quarter, and you're going to take profit at 50.17 or in front of it. Take profit at 50.10, 50.15. If we get above 50.17, then it's up to 52.10, and that's where the swing will complete. Above 52.10, it'll be back to 53.5, 5400. And Blake Morrow and I were talking on Sunday about that, and I heard him mention it this morning in the stream. He was looking at 53, even 53.5 as a place to possibly short it, but I don't know. I wouldn't want to sell. I wouldn't want to short. Oh God, I wouldn't want to short gold.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm looking at this piercing, and I learned this from Dan Graham's too. The midpoint here of this benchmark candle, that piercing like 50.77.5. To me, that's important. It took a long time to get to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days we closed at it, and then maybe a little bit of a close above it, but then that was it. It failed. Sellers just pushed us back down. Now we're trying to fight our way back up, but still, that's my line in the sand, man. 50.77.5.
Yeah, that's a good one. But all right, so 50. There you go. Trade location. We're all looking for trade location. I don't care what market you're trading in. Trade location, and you got to have clear profit targets. So above 50.77.5, then we're looking at 50.17. So if you're patient, you don't want to trade the chop around 50 quarter because it's been choppy. You don't want to trade the chop around here. You wait for it to get above 50.77, and then you take them up to 50.17. We get above 50.17, you can take them up to 52.10, and that'll be easy.
I'm putting 50.77 up there just to make it a blue line across.
Yeah.
All right. Very awesome. Well, we'll see what happens here. Silver's looking a little weaker, though. Silver's not looking as good as this. Only just from a structural point of view. I'm not saying it's time to sell silver or it's time to do anything, but I just wanted to kind of point it out. Just structurally, it's looking a little bit weaker because we're all the way back down to the January open almost. I'm kind of bouncing off it a little bit actually now. We're at 78, 73.
Oh, huh. All right, so I've got the yearly opening range at 71.50. So, but listen, I don't want to trade silver at all. I traded silver in the last week of December, and I took them. It was actually one of my best trades in a long time. Both silver and gold got me off to the best start of any year, January, and I haven't done much in the equities. So silver had a multi-year breakout. I mean, a 45-year breakout. And if you look at if you know what to look at, and if you're looking at the right stuff, above 50.36, which was the Hunt Brothers high in January of 1980, then above that level, and that double top going also into I believe it was February of 11. Above that, then that takes us up. So I got a little tape on there. That takes us up to it takes us up to all kinds of irrational exuberance, to borrow a phrase from Greenspan in the 90s, and that's what we got all the way up to 120. So the halfway point between this move is going to be like $93. So and the low, what was the low last week? Like 66 something on that sell-off. I don't
Oh
want
yeah,
anything to
this
do with
was
it. The 63.
yeah, 63.90.
Yeah. I don't want anything to do with this market. I
Yeah.
don't want anything to do with silver. It just feels too dangerous.
Well, here's the thing, though. We're gonna talk about this again at 9:15, but there's three different flavors. It's like Neapolitan ice cream here. We've got the big contract, we've got the micros, which are 1/5 the size of the big contract, and now we have the new SIC contract. SIC is the symbol. It's 1/10 the size of the mini, so of the micro rather. So there's three different flavors, three different levels of risk exposure, and it's going to happen. I mean, look at the 1 ounce gold has done 48,000 contracts today. Now the brand new silver 100 troy ounce is done only 2,154, but it's brand new. I mean, it just popped on my platform a couple days ago. So this is going to be an alternative for not only spread trades, but also to get your feet wet, to start trading the metals. I'm a super fan of it. I think it's going to be a good thing.
So if you're going to have Neapolitan ice cream or spumoni, I had a scoop of spumoni last week. If you're going to have that, you got to have a little anisette on the side. A little anisette. Give me a little anisette. I never had anisette. Is that any good? Is that like sambuca?
Yeah.
No, gracias.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, I don't know. I'm a limoncello. I'm a limoncello guy. That's all I know.
Oh yeah, me too. I bet you make your own limoncello, don't you?
No, not for a long time. No.
Yeah, but you know how.
Well, I don't know. But yeah, no, that's the thing, man. I mean, I go to Italy usually, not usually, but often, and you get it whether you order it or not after dinner. If you go to a authentic Italian restaurant, like not one, you got to look in the kitchen to see who the chefs are.
Yeah.
If it looks like my great aunt Nancy Esposito or Santa Cagnina, then you're in a real Italian restaurant, right? You do. So
that's a great name, Santa.
Yes, yeah, that's her name. So when we were little, it was weird. It's like grandma's name is Santa, we didn't know, but you get the limoncello automatically. You don't order it; they just bring it when you're done with the bill. Here you go.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I love limoncello. What about supersat? You make your own supersat?
No, I don't. No, only thing I make every once in a while, I will make my own pasta, but that's about it.
Ooh, you get that Ronco pasta maker. Remember Ronco?
I got something similar to that. I need to get a better one, but who cares if the pieces aren't exactly the same width? Just throw it in the water. It'll cook.
That's awesome.
Anyway. All right.
Today's going to be interesting. This is going to be a super interesting trade. I would expect with a good number like we had this morning, I would have expected a stronger rally than what we got. So I'm wondering if we're still under some pressure in the S&P and the NASDAQ. I mean, we're below some pretty big levels.
All right. So here's my theory on this. Now, the Russell 2000, I know Russell 2000, it's up on the calendar year. Let me put up a Russell chart, whereas these other ones aren't. So Russell is the winner so far from a yearly performance basis, and I'm measuring it with the futures. I have Mike Burke's percent change tool that I use, and it's the strongest one here. So I know we talk a lot about rotations, and money managers moving money out of different small caps to this cap to that cap, but I don't care. I mean, the story is they're strong. They're the strongest equity market this calendar year. So I don't know if just money's flowing back and forth packs, or if this is just kind of a temporary anomaly.
I don't know either. I'm not smart enough to know that. I'm a trader. I'm not paid to think. I'm paid to react, Jimmy.
I hear you, brother.
That's too much thinking. And I stopped thinking about, I still do targets for the Russell every day, but I haven't traded the Russell. Well, I've made a couple of trades here and there, but I haven't traded the Russell consistently since maybe 2019 or 20.
Okay.
Or no, 18 or 19. I don't know. I don't know why capital has been flowing into the Russell or even the Dow, all year round. I mean, Pam Bondi loves the fact that the Dow is trading at around 5,000. She was thrilled about that the other day. Caught a lot of grief about it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I want to trade the markets, kind of what you were saying about silver. I am really interested to see how that new silver contract takes.
Yeah.
But for those you new traders, let the liquidity providers like Citadel and DRW, and others, let them create that contract and establish the volume in it. Okay, don't go in there and trade it with just a couple of thousand in there. You want to trade the markets that have the highest open interest and that have the highest volume.
Yeah.
The volume in the Russell actually is not that bad. It's 35,000 contracts overnight, but 35,000 contracts compared to the Nasdaq at 173 and the SPU at 323,000. I want to trade the markets with the heaviest open interest and the heaviest volume.
Yeah.
And the reason that is because I'm not talking about swing trades, okay? And I'm not. That's a little different. I'm talking about intraday trading. I want to trade that because when the shit hits the fan, and the shit will hit the fan, bids and offers will completely disappear, and the markets will be overrun, and your stops will get shoved in your ass. I don't like that. I don't want to trade markets like that. We saw that happen in silver. You've got to stop in at like say $92, a sell stop at $92. And if you this is another thing. You've got everybody. I've said this before. I'll say it again. Check your settings and make sure your stops are all stop market orders, not stop limits. But even then, your stops are going to get run. And there's a formula that CME uses. You might be left on the offer if the market runs too hard and too far and too fast, and you've got nothing.
Yeah.
So trade markets with the heaviest open interest and the heaviest volume, and you're less likely to have your stops run or less likely to get kind of screwed.
Yeah, and if you're not sure, just open up a trading ladder and you'll see the bid offers, and you'll see how close they are together and how tight the bid-ask spread is. That's the easiest way to do it without any scientific knowledge. Just open up a trading ladder.
Yeah, right. That's it. Yeah, you got to look at the DOMs.
Dome.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why I said that. I don't think I've ever actually said that on purpose. Yeah, always DOMs. Dom is Jimmy's cousin,
Dominic.
and my former bookmaker.
Yeah, Dominic's all right. I like Dominic.
I've never actually bet with a bookmaker, but I thought you would have chuckled at that. It fell flat, huh?
Oh, you didn't know Timmy McLaughlin? Oops.
Oh, I did know Timmy. I traded with him in the night bonds.
I shouldn't have said that out loud. We got to edit that clip out, guys.
Timmy was a very good trader. Oh, that's like John Smith. There's a million Timmy McLaughlins. He was a great trader though. A lot of fun to watch, and I learned a little bit from him when I got my seat and went. I got to find that badge. I look like I'm 12. I went into the night bonds to trade. Then I got the item seat at the board of trade in 1990. And
so I'm surprised you didn't know my brother. My brother was in the night bonds. Maybe you just didn't overlap, Christopher. Maybe you just didn't overlap.
Jimmy, I was so scared and nervous and so far out of my element that I had absolutely no business being in that pit. Oh, here's my badge. Here, look at this. Let me hide my name. Look at the picture.
Oh man, you are.
Look at me.
That's a puppy. That's a puppy.
I look like a 14-year-old, an angry, pissed off 14-year-old. Isn't that funny? No idea what I was doing. And then when we invaded Kuwait, all of the day guys were in there. Baldwin and Charlie D. D had a bodysuit made. It was unbelievable to watch Charlie move that market. And I thought, holy shit, someday I want to be like that.
Well, Charlie had the big thick shoes, right? That you made him 6 inches taller.
And he also had cancer at the time, so he had a whole bodysuit to protect him, from the elbows and the jostling and the punching and things. It was like I was a clerk at the time in the front month euros. Or maybe I was in the back months in. I don't know if I was in the front yet. And I watched all of the big guys in the Euros trade, but there was a style to it that Charlie D had and Baldwin had when they bought all the offers and put their hands up, when they sold all their bids and put their hands up, and everybody jumped in front. And I thought, when I find my market, when I find my footing, I want to be like that. And then when I started in the NASDAQ, I was a one lot trader, two lot, just like I did in the screens, one lot trader, two lot trader, until I was one of the biggest in there. And we expanded the pit. We only had like 30, 40 people in there, and everybody wanted to come in. Open interest grew, the volume grew. So I grew with it, and I became a pretty big trader. And by the time that happened, we expanded the pit, and I was on the committee to do so. That first day, I'll never forget. I said, buy them, even bid. And everybody was 5 bid, 10 bid. I said 10 bid, 15 bid, 20 bid. I was, fuck, this is the greatest business in the world. You know, I just kept bidding it up, and everybody would bid in front of me and give orders to the brokers to get me out of my positions. And I thought, holy shit, I've become what I wanted to be. Now I just have to maintain it. And that's the trick. Anybody can make money trading futures. Very few people can keep it and grow it.
Yep. You're absolutely right. By the way, Lucky Dog was worked in the night bonds in 1988. Wow.
How old are you, Lucky Dog? Were you in there in the you got to be about our age, huh?
Well, your age at least.
Were you in there going, were you in there 90, 91? That's when I was in there. Lucky Dog. Man.
That was a lifetime ago, for sure. By the way, thank you, chat, for being here. We greatly appreciate everybody in the chat. By the way, Paulie, I don't know if you saw my comment. I'm going to be going to the Palmetto Cafe, supposedly for brunch this weekend. It's supposed to be really awesome. I'll report back and let you know how it is. That's in downtown Charleston. But thank you for being here, everybody. Thank you for the subscriptions. They're important to us. Me personally, I greatly appreciate everybody who subscribes. It's free. It's easy to do. Support the channel. And thank you for those of you who have already done it as well. So appreciate you for doing there. I do want to remind everybody, you do have that holiday on Monday. So it's going to be a half a day. There is that half a day Globex session that goes, the markets all close a little bit differently. It's a little weird, but banks are closed, and generally speaking, not a great day to trade. So I wouldn't hold it against you if you just relax with family and friends, had that extra day, maybe, go away for a long weekend, whatever. But that's Monday, which means the Sunday night show is going to start Monday night. So that'll be a Monday night, 5:45 p.m. East Coast time. Craig Shapiro leading the pack with Pax and others. So it'll be awesome.
Yeah, guys, don't trade Monday. The only people trading Monday are junkies. Don't trade Monday. Don't be a drunk. Don't be a junkie.
You don't want to. You'll be trading against me, probably. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Look, we cannot. I talk about. I'll mention this a little bit, and then we'll get into the CME segment. But we cannot live in our appetites. We've got to be self-possessed, self-assured, self-confident, self-aware in a way that most people will never get to. And that's partly the reason why this is such a journey. If you break even your first year trading, you're ahead of game. If you break even your second and third year trading, don't give up. Don't snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory, because you're about to learn how to, and I talked about this with Salma, when the money starts coming, when it starts clicking, you start to learn how to manage your profit, then the money comes, and it comes, and it comes, and it comes, especially when the market is right? Yeah. The market's not going to be right Monday. So don't come in and sit there and try to pick up a few ticks, because you can get run over. There's no point in it. Take the day off. Take the day off to work out. Take the day off to take care of your mind, your body, your spirit. Take the day off to learn how to live beyond your appetites, to learn how to be able to control your thinking, control your actions, and not let your emotions control you. And that is the journey. That is the hard work of trading. Because again, like I said earlier, anybody can make money trading futures. And that's why I'm not impressed with what people make in a year, 5 years, 10 years. It doesn't impress me. The only thing that truly matters is what you take with you when you're done trading for active income. And I'm done trading for active income.
Yeah, so, the brew pub opens at 9 a.m., by the way.
Yeah.
So you got something you could do.
Yeah. So listen, I mean, please heed this warning, okay? Because if you live in your appetites, you will eventually give it up. You will eventually puke it away. If you're buying dips and selling rips and making your trading about you, all subjective about you and your work, you'll eventually give it all up, okay? Learn how to think differently. Learn how to live differently. Learn how to act differently. If 90% of traders fail, then why do you want to think, act like, and trade with them or trade like them? I don't. I think differently. I act differently, and I trade differently.
Yeah. All right, let's good advice as usual, Pax. Let's kind of switch. Is your charts up and running? Are you got your screen going?
Yep.
Yeah, let's get those puppies going here. And we're going to talk about this in a couple minutes. What your setup is all about and all of that stuff, which is very, very awesome. Appreciate everybody being here again. In the chat, and if you're not in the chat, thank you for listening for wherever you are. But just to set things up let's just set the table right now. You've got a chart on the left-hand side. This is the NinjaTrader desktop trading platform, same one I use, the best in the business. And then two trading ladders next to it. One of them is the E-mini S&P, one of them is the micro E-mini S&P. And PAX's opening range indicator is going to populate on the screen as soon as that bell rings. As soon as that first 30 seconds is over, we're going to see that in action. We'll get a link in the chat for everybody if you want to get that opening range indicator that PAX made. There it is. It's in the chat. It's also on NinjaTrader's website. You can Google that as well. So that's kind of what we have going into this. So right now we are ready to get into the next segment, and this segment is sponsored by our friends at the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. So we appreciate them for that and all the great markets they provide, including the one that we've been talking about. And I do want to mention it one more time, because once I saw how successful the 1 ounce gold contract became, I mean, right now, that 1 ounce gold contract has traded almost 50,000 contracts already. So the brand new small size, we'll call it pocket size, silver contract, ticker symbol SIC. This contract is sick, everybody. Just hit the street. It's on the NinjaTrader platforms now. Volume's going to be coming into this market. It's going to be a great alternative. It is a great alternative for traders who have a lower risk tolerance, or maybe just want to position trade, scale in, scale out, whatever you want to do. A lot of opportunities are coming there as well. So, having said all that, and we'll be highlighting that contract also as we go forward here on NinjaTrader Live and keeping track of it'll be successful. There's no question about it, Pax. But in any event, we're going to talk about some spread trades and some relationships between the micros and the minis right now. Let's do it.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Oh, this contract is sick. It was funny.
It is. Man, I could the marketing potential here is just, I got to talk to the marketing team.
So we have the question about the dome and how you interpret the bid. And I don't interpret the bid. Are you asking, Yoda? Are you asking about the size on the bids and offers? I don't care. I'm not saying, I don't like when they're thin. Obviously right now they're thin. It's 20 up or 10 up, but you can see that they're trading quickly. So I'm going to tighten up I'm going to keep my stops tight. I don't, like an order flow sense. I don't do that. I don't care. As long as there's bids and offers, I'll trade. Yeah. If lighter bids and offers like this and the jumpiness in the market indicate that we're going to have a pretty wide opening range, and somebody had asked me earlier about wide opening ranges, and I like wide opening ranges because it cuts down on the chop outside of it. But when it's thin and it's thin like this, I'm expecting a wide opening range, and I'm expecting a quick and fast breakout of it. And if it remains thin and choppy, I won't trade it, and I'll wait for the rotations. Okay, so otherwise, I'm not looking at the bids and offers trying to decide whether the market's going to rally or break. There's no way that you can determine that. There's literally no way that you can determine that in real time. These algorithms, the HFTs, the DRWs, the Citadels, and the thousands of them like that are moving this market at pico, whatever that is, a picosecond, and,
super fast.
Yeah, faster than we can even see it. And so, that's thousands of contracts will trade in the S&P, and you won't see it, And so, what am I going to do with that? On the main domes that I use when I'm trading normal size has the volume on it, but for this I keep it very simple, and the volume is kind of shaded in, like a kind of a market profile or volume profile thing. So I do pay attention to that at times, but not often. I'm not going to try to predict where the market is going based upon a volume profile, market profile, or anything like that. I don't have that on my super domes here because I'm just trying to illustrate the E-mini micro spread for independent or retail or independent traders that are in the process of learning. Now, the best traders I know, or the richest traders I know, the wealthiest guys I know, the most long-lasting traders that I know are spreaders. Whether you're spreading something against something, right? And it never made sense to me to give something up in order to gain something.
Yeah.
It didn't make sense to me until I was in the hog pit and I started to learn there. I started to learn how to spread there, and there's a rhyme and a reason to it all, but especially with calendar spreads in the ags. But the concept here, it might look, and this is the difficult thing. I get questions about this. I get DMs about this almost every Friday after we do it here. The mini and the micro spread. Why don't I just trade? Why trade in 2-lot minis and trade out in 20-lot micros? Yeah. Because as I was saying earlier, the old Ross Deutsch story, the most important aspect of trading for long-term profitable traders is to learn how to add to your positions without significantly adding to your risk, or without adding to your risk at all. And trading the mini micro spread gives you the ability to be able to do that. There are two ways to become free trading futures. One is to take more out of the market, and to take more out of the market, and to take more out of the market with bigger size. Now, there's a couple of ways that you can take more out of the market with bigger size. You can go from a 2-lot to a 4-lot, or a 4-lot to an 8-lot. You can increase your size out of the opening range, or you can start out of the opening range, or however way you trade with smaller size, and then let the market size you up. And that's what I was saying earlier. Most traders are going to average in a loss. I'm going to average in a profitable trade. And that takes time to understand. Learn how to do that on the simulator. It takes time to learn how to add your positions. But this is how you become financially free. You're not going to become financially free by taking thousands of trades and scalping ticks and points. You cannot compete with the HFTs. You cannot compete with computer programs that are trading based upon 1,000 different criteria at picoseconds or whatever, at the speed of light, whatever, you can't compete with those. So you have to learn how to be able to take more out of the market. And, going to the conversation I had with Salma yesterday, when you sell, we're trading at 48 right now, you sell 48s and the markets break. We're trading at 20 and you take profit at 20, but oh man, I know this market's going lower. This market's going lower, but you got to take the profit on it, right? Even though the market's going lower. Well, trading the mini micro spread is going to give you the ability to be able to leave something on for that bigger move.
Yeah.
Now, and I'll illustrate it. It's easier when I illustrate it. Okay. So if I'm short 2 at 48, to use this example, and I'm going to use the 50 nano rotations, which are going to populate on my indicator on the chart here in a little bit. And when that happens, let's say I sell 2 at 48 and the market breaks, we're trading 15 handles lower, I'm going to buy 5 micros. So now I'm short 2, long 5. That's nice. I took partial profit on my trade, and we continue lower. I'm going to buy at the next 15 handle rotation, I'm going to buy another 5 micros. So now I'm long 2, short 10. Most traders, when they size up, are going to size up too much. You're going to go from a 2-lot to a 4-lot, and that's too much. You want to be able to you want to take off what you want to put back on what you took off. So a great way to learn how to deal with this, a great way to learn how to deal with the fact that nothing changes except, I'm saying that wrong. A great way to learn how to add your position is by learning how to take off what you put back on. Okay, so if you bought a 2-lot, if you're short a 2-lot and you bought 1, we go offer through there, sell that 1 back. You are increasing your risk. If you're long a 2-lot if you're short a 2-lot and you buy 10 micros, you take off you take off the 10 micros. Now you're naked short 2. It's like you're short 4. It's like you just added a 2-lot. Because now, let's say you sold 2 at 48. Let's say you bought 10 micros with an average price of 25. We go 25 offer. You sell those 10 back. If the market stays offered 25, 24, 23, 22, and has one of those moves like we had yesterday, you put a buy stop in at 25 to buy back your micros if the market reverses. So you've added to your size without adding to your risk. I know. I'm going through this quickly in Lumira futures. So when we open, I'll show you. Okay, I'll show you.
So what PAX is going to show is he's going to enter a position in the E-mini, the bigger size contract. Remember, this is basically the basis of these two markets are the exact same. This is the mini S&P and the micro S&P. One of them is 1/10 the size, right? The micro is 1/10 the size. So he's going to enter a position with a micro. I'm sorry, yeah, a mini. I'm sorry,
Mini.
the bigger contract. And then if the market goes his way, then he's going to be able to either scale in or scale out with the micros as the market hits his levels. So that will kind of reduce his net position and then add to his net position depending on which way it goes. So it's going to be a dynamic kind of yin and yang. But once he hits his target, if it's successful, he's going to have a stop in and on the other side, and then that's how it's all going to make sense. So it'll make sense when you see it live in action in a minute.
Look at the last comment from Bove. Pax, if you're long two minis at say 50, are you also short the micros at 65? So if I'm long two minis, if I'm long two S&P minis at 50 and the market trades up to 65, I will be short 10 micros at 65. So my net position is now either going to be long 10 micros or long one mini. Now, if you're trading one lots and two lots, you're limiting what you can make. You are not taking as much out of the market as the market is giving you. And you need to be right on every trade, right? So if I buy a two lot and I sell two at 65, I'm flat. But if I buy a two lot at 50 and the market goes to 65, I sell half my position at 65. And now I still have 10 I can scale out of, 10 micros to scale out of. I'm not going to sell that one mini. I'm going to sell two micros. I'll sell two more micros. The market rallies 100 points. I want to take runners home. I've got a micro I can take home. I've got no risk. And the money I've made on that trade pays for the margin. Nobody should be taking a trade home unless you made enough on that trade to pay to cover the margin. This is an important concept, okay? If I'm short at 47.5 and we close at 47.5 and I go home with that position on, I'm gambling. I don't gamble. If I'm short at 48 and the market closes at 20 and I've taken profit all the way down to 20 and I've got my scratch stops in, I've made enough on that trade to be able to cover the margin. That's a position I'm taking. Does that make sense? Very important concept, a little bit different than the spread trading, but it's a very, very important concept. Don't take positions home because your opinion tells you to. Take positions home because the market tells you to, and you've earned enough on the trade to be able to cover the margin on that trade. Capiche? That'll keep you out of trouble.
Yeah, there you go. So
staying out of trouble is going to keep you in this business.
That's true. That's true. So this is the E-mini S&P. Remember, there's micros on just about everything. So, most of the market, not most, but many of the markets, maybe most, I don't know. There's a micro, we'll call it a little brother or a little sister contract, only because there's smaller notional value by 1/10 mostly, except for in silver, it's 1/5. And they're there. They're available. A lot of most of them are very liquid. They're great places to be in general. In addition to maybe looking at some of the techniques here that PAX is going to demonstrate with the spread trade.
And Bob, both, that is one way to do it, yes. So if I'm long two at 50 and I'm short 10 micros at 65, and we go 67 bid, I cover the micros and I'm just long two. Now I got to pay for the trade again. I got to take profit, and that'll be up at 65 plus the 70 at 80. So now I'm going to sell 5 at 80 or 10 at 80, and then I'm still long two short 10. See? I just cover. Now, if you're trading a four lot mini, if you're capitalized enough to be able to trade four lots, you're not spreading anything off. You're long, to use Bove's example. You're long 4 at 68.50. You sell one at you sell 2 at 65. Are you long 4 short 2? No, you just took profit on 2. Okay, so your front end in the mini micro spread is going to show you long minis, short micros, but you're not short anything. You don't have a bad trade on. That was the profit that you've locked in. It's the same basic thing as being long minis. It can get confusing, and I'll show you how to do that, okay? It's a little confusing, but if you show up every Friday, eventually it becomes like second nature, because I do this every Friday. So show up every Friday, and I'll show you how to do it. Now, remember, I don't trade two lots. I trade more. And so I'm not going to spread them off because I have enough in my unit size to be able to take profit on an ad. But I want you to learn how to do this because this will teach you how to add your positions, how to take more out of the market, and how to keep your commissions lower. You can trade 20 lot micros, but your commissions are going to be huge. Trade in minis, your commissions are less. You get more bang for the buck with minis, your commissions are cheaper, and you still learn how to add your positions and take more out of the market. And that, my brothers and sisters, again, is the key to freedom, financial freedom. Taking more out and learning how to add your positions. So remember, I'm not gonna add to my positions by just, I mean, I do, but I'm not going to add to my positions in the beginning of this journey just by popping off, bigger size. I'm going to let the market pop me off. All right, now listen, we open in 30, 40 seconds. So in the last 30 seconds, do a little bit of breathing. Calm your mind, calm your heart, calm your soul, so that what you see on the domes, everybody else sees chaotically, you see in slow motion. Everything slows down for me when I'm trading. Now I got to move the camera a little bit. It's in front of my dome. Shite.
10 seconds, baby.
Okay, here we go.
Market on opens neutral, by the way, going into the S&P.
51.5 looks like the opening print. All right, the opening range is going to populate on my chart here when it's set. 52.75 is the high so far. 46 quarters the low. I think that this is going to be a choppy opening range. I don't think it's going to be a very easy opening range to trade because, we had CPI and the market's under pressure. The number was good. We should be trading higher. So I don't know that the market has a real clear picture as to what direction. Shite, I missed it. 44.75 was the low. Okay. All right, here. Oh, shit. I got roasted on that. All right, 44.75 is the low of the opening range. 52.75 is the high of the opening range. See? Choppy. Dangerous on the dance floor. What's the NASDAQ? Top of the NASDAQ.
Dangerous on the dance floor. I love that.
Top of the NASDAQ is 764. Okay, so they're doing good. Nothing yet. Who wins today? Bulls or Bears? Nothing. Oh.
Spoos like the CPI number for what it's worth.
All right, so the NASDAQ is trying to rally. No, it's not. The S&P is trying to rally. All right, so 52.75 is the top of the opening range. Came out of the opening range rally, came right back to it. So a market that doesn't know what in the hell to do. This is kind of what I expected. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
There we go.
675 is the pay line. Oh, God. All right, there, I fixed my average price. So let's see.
You're long too.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. I got ticked out. I had to tighten up. I took a stinger in the face, so I'm gonna tighten up my stops a great deal. See, long the pay line. Now let's see. Okay, so long 2. I'm gonna let this go a little bit. And I'll put my stop in. Hold on, just bid them. Okay, don't stop me out. I want to show everybody how to do this. Fucking there. Okay, now go, you son of a bitch.
Does that ever work?
No. They're I'll start bidding it up like in like I would in the pit, and that works sometimes.
Yeah.
God, this sucks. This market has no get up and go. It has no idea what the hell it wants to do. If you're long from 52.75, you guys in my group, you guys have scratch stops in. Otherwise, wait for the rotations. Rotation being 67.75 or 29.75. So 15 handle rotation. See? 52.75. Now, the reason that The reason that is because the opening range so far is choppy and non-committal. So, you know, while the algorithms are searching for, the algos are searching for direction, I am willing to probe the market with a couple of opening range trades when the market is in fact probing for direction. But when they don't work out, then I'm going to wait, and I'm going to wait for the market to find its direction, and that's at the 15-handle rotations. If we break down to 29.75 and we go offered below it, we will be trading 26.25 in a heartbeat. If we go 67.75 and we go bid above that, we'll be trading higher. We'll be trading 68, 69, 70 in a heartbeat, because the algorithms then have certainty as to what direction they're going. It's the same shit that I did on the floor. If the opening range was thin, whippy, and choppy, I would wait to trade until we got to the 15-handle rotations, and then I would bid them above that, and so would everybody else. More things change, the more things stay the same.
And by the way, when Pack says handle, he means a full point, not a tick. There's 4 ticks in a point, but he means a full point.
Yes. I knew I shouldn't have worn this blue shirt. I'm going to start sweating in a minute. Black or white? I start sweating when it's 60 degrees outside, and right now in my house it's like 67. And I'm trading.
I had a couple 70-degree prints this week.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. Come on, dude. Offer, you some bitch. Go fucking someplace. All right. If I was trading my own stuff, I would have sold more at 44.75 just now.
All right. So you're short 2.
Yeah.
Short 2 minis.
There we go. All right. Now I got something to show you.
Okay.
All right. So first rotation is 29.75. So we're going to use 29. We're going to use 29 half, 30 half. So I'm going to put in a bid at 31 to. I'm going to get stopped out.
So you're trying to buy back 5 micro. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Sold them again. Fucking this thing. Go to a rotations. Let me show somebody how to trade this. All right. Now, short again. Scratch stopping, can't lose money. That enables me to trade bigger size. Now, 44.75, 40.75 is a pay line. So I can pay for the trade.
Oh, you got out again. Yeah. All right, short again. Short 2. Here we go. Yeah, let's do it.
Go. Come on, now do something. All right, I'm going to pay for my trade at 40.75. Right. Now I'm fucking. I was going to wait for him to go offered and see if I can scrape out another 5 points. But the NASDAQ is breaking, so the S&P ought to follow suit.
It's gonna, baby. Come on.
Oh, I want to sell more, dude. Oh, it's going to take me out. Fuck it. Cancel the stop. All right, now I'm safe. Nope, I'm not. 44.75 equals 730 in the NASDAQ. Watch that. Those using my group. 730 equals 44.75. Capiche?
Here we go. Here we go. Come on.
I should have done this earlier. I didn't, but I'm going to pay for my trade to remove my risk.
Short 2. Right. Now
short 2, long 5, and I'm working to buy 5 at 31. Okay, so now I'm short 2, long 5. I paid for my trade, so I have no risk on it. I have no risk on this trade. Now we go 31 offer. I'm going to sell the 10 I got on.
So your net position is short 1.5 or 1.5 minis.
Yeah. Oh, why doesn't the market ever move on these Friday mornings off the open? Why can't we get something that, to show everybody? It doesn't move 9 or 10.
Somebody just popped in there and said, I can't remember who made the comment, but it was like, hey, Pax, we need you Tuesday and Wednesday when the market doesn't do
Yeah.
this.
Fuck. This sucks. 34F. I don't know. 34F is not a good low, but the market can stop where the hell it wants to. Don't if you guys in my group are not short from the opening range, don't chop yourself up at the pay line.
So don't forget if Pax gets stopped out here on his minis, right? If he gets stopped out, he's still long on the micros, and that means the micros are making money, right? So he's scratch stop on the minis, micros would be in the money.
That gives me choices.
Yeah, it's a beautiful concept. This is really a good demonstration right now.
Well, we need the market to move for it to be a good demonstration.
Ye of little faith.
Sell, you son of a bitch. Sell. Sell them till your front end rejects them.
Who coined that phrase, by the way?
I did.
Did you?
I did, yeah. I did, was it last year when we were breaking, or was it in 22 when we were breaking? I just kept, hitting, trying to sell 16 lots. And I just kept selling them until all of a sudden I couldn't. And the market fucking got, it was great. Okay. God bless it. It fucking moved too fast. Okay, so now I'm long 2 short 10. So I can cover the 10 right now. All right, now listen, here's the important part. I'm short 2, long 10. I'm not really long 10. This is profit that I've taken out of my trades. And you remember earlier when I said that when we go 29.75 offer, we're going to be 26, 25 offer quickly? You guys remember when I said that? Because now the algorithms know exactly what direction they're going in. Do you remember when I said that or no? I said that out loud, I think, didn't I?
Yep.
Okay. So when that happens, it's because the algorithms, it's the same shit all the time. It doesn't fucking change. What does change is the size of the rotations when the ATR expands or when it reduces. But what happens is that the algorithms are searching for momentum, and they're doing the same thing that I used to do on the floor, and they're doing the same thing now. So chopping around the opening range, but when it gets below this 15-handle rotation, then there's certainty and there's clarity in what the market is doing. So you will see a pickup in order flow and order flow underneath 29.75, and that's what you saw. We went 29.75 offer. Everybody in my group sold them if they were quick enough to do so. I was too busy trying to center my screens. But that was a good sale, and it was risk fucking free. You went 29.75 offer, you sold them at 31.29. That market was 27 offer, 26 offer, 25 offer without an uptick. Free money. All right, now the next rotation is 15. This is where I got to buy more. I got to buy 5 more micros. I want to fucking sell them. There. I sold what I bought. Oh, shit. I sold too many. Okay, I gotta screw that. I screwed that up. Cancel, you son of a bitch. Okay.
So now you're short 3 altogether.
So now I've got the cowboy spread on. God bless it. Okay. Now I just added to my size without adding to my risk. Okay. Because now I've got to stop in to take, if the market goes back up there, I'm going to buy back my micros. So now listen, 67.96 is the quarterly pivot. God, I wish I was trading my own shit right now. 67.96 is the quarterly pivot. You got to flatten there. Flatten zone 67.98. So come on, you son of a bitch. 67.98 is where you're going to buy everything back in. And do that again, right?
Yep. You can just click twice. It'll do a 10.
All right. Come on.
It should, or maybe not.
Okay. So there.
Hit the check buttons. Hit the check button on the dome.
I got 5. Yeah, I got 5. Hold on. I already bought that 5. Okay.
Okay.
So now I got a bid in at 98 to flatten here, and I'm going to do so down here too. So we reached the second rotation. and we offered through it and then popped back above it.
You're still short 3 now, right? 2 and
Yeah.
1. Oh, wait.
Yes.
Okay. 2 and 5. Got it.
Okay. I would love to sell more at 29. Listen, we make it up to this rotation. You got to cover if we get back below it, back above it. Okay. We get back above 29.75. Cover your shorts. We stop at 29.74. Sell more, Mortimer. Sell more. You got trade selection.
Mortimer.
That's where I took profit in the first place, and I'm back short too.
Flat the micros.
Fuck. I missed my fucking buys. Yeah. Okay, now I got them. So now I'm back being short 2 long 10. See what I did? So I mean, I could have covered those. I could have put those back on better, but I put them back on so that I was assured to take profit at the prices that I originally took profit at. Capiche? All right, let's see. Do you guys does this make sense to you?
Yeah, you're doing
Not
great.
watching, your mouth is filthy. Well, you know, you're this is trading. This is money. This is capital. You don't like it? Well, you know, go to church. Sorry. All right. So does that make sense, you guys? So I took them off, gave the market a chance to rotate back down to 98. It didn't. So I put back on my shorts at the same, I put back on my longs at the same place that I originally took profit on it. Understand? Do you guys, does that make sense or no? Because if it doesn't make sense, I'll be happy to explain it. All right, now I'm flat. I got stopped out of my NAS. I got stopped out of my shorts, but I'm long 10.
Long 10 micro.
See? I should put them back on. Okay. All right. Now we go above if we can take out the top of the opening range, we will get an equal distance swing. That will be 30 points above the opening range. So 67 plus another 15.
Yeah. Notice he's still long 10 micros, everybody.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to put a stop there. No, I'm going to keep them. Does that make sense? So now I got 10 on. So we go 52.75 bid. I want to, oh man, I missed them because I'm trying to center my screens again. Okay. I wanted to buy more. Oh, shite. All right. Now look for the equidistant swing. What's 15 plus, what's 67 plus 15 is going to be like 83, right? No. 77, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 72. So we use 70, 72. Okay. So look for that. What the market does on the upside, the market will try to do on the downside. If it doesn't, we're going to break like crazy. What the market does on the upside, the market will do on the what the market does on the downside, the market will do on the upside, and it will do so in equal measure. So now the market is targeting whatever 15 is. I got to be precise about that. It'll populate when we get above 67, but I want to know. Oh my God, 67 plus 15. 82. So we're going to use 81.83. Okay, 81.83. So that's the target. 81.83. We got to stay above the opening range, though. Okay, see how it works? Not, it's not a spread, but it kind of acts. You can learn. It's not a spread. The micros, when I was long 10 micros, I was taking profit on my minis, but then I got stopped out of my minis, and then it acts like a spread. Because now I've got the right side of the market on. So it is a spread, and it's not a spread. It can act like a spread, or it isn't a spread. See what I mean? What are the bonds doing? Yeah, the bonds are rallying. The Bitcoin's rallying a little bit.
Yeah. It's back to risk on, I think, across the board. Dr. Copper's hurting a little bit for some reason.
I put in a buy stop at 68. So when we go 60, 75 bid, we'll be trading 70, 71 fast. Anybody have any questions? I know this can be confusing, but does anybody have any questions?
So, Pax, I do. So, do you have a stop in for your micros right now?
Yeah, no, but I should. At this point, at the opening range.
Yeah. Good job.
All right,
I worry.
now let's
I
go.
worry about shit like that.
I do too. And you know, I mean, normally I would. If I had 16 on, I would have put a stop in immediately. Look at this. This market's got no get up and go.
Yeah.
Manaj. All right, now I got to trade back in the minis. Okay. See, I got stopped out of the opening range. That gave you a chance. Anybody reload there? That gave you a chance to reload. Look at a wick on this 15-minute candle.
What it does on the downside.
It will attempt to do on the up. All right, now this is listen, equidistant swings is an important concept. What the market does on the downside, the market will try to do on the upside. And if it doesn't, we get back into the opening range, you got to sell them. You got to, and aggressively. The market tried to rally just now, and it could not make this rotation. That's not bullish. So listen, that would be a place for you guys in my group to get fancy. Just now. You know, that's a little bit, yeah, we're already 52.75 off when I said that, but you know what I mean? Oh, shit. Okay.
Short two, my minis.
Yeah. Let's go, you son of a bitch.
Come on, there you go.
There, see?
Oh, yeah,
the market tried to rally. It couldn't. Now it's going to try to break again. The algorithms, you know, the high and the low, the high or the low is not in yet. Oh, I got to pay for these. Fuck it, I'll pay for them down here. I'm going to sell more underneath here. Not 10.
You do 5, right?
Yeah.
There you go, baby. Come on.
I meant to put a sell stop in at 29.75, and instead I sold 2. So I've got a scratch stop in. Okay, there. So, you know, sometimes you're going to make a mistake like that, or I make a mistake like that. And if I do, then, you know, I put, you know, let's see where the market's going to go. Normally, if you make a mistake, the general rule of thumb is just get out.
That is true.
Yeah, and it's important. So, you know, I just sold 37.75s. I didn't mean to sell 37.75s, but the market immediately offered, so I put a scratch stop in. Yeah, back to a scratch.
Over 500,000 minis and over 500,000 micros in the ES already.
Yeah, how about that? A big volume, and the market's not going anywhere. All right, come on. You see now, this is Salma. This goes to what we were talking about earlier. My average price says I'm short at 37.5, but I'm not, or not average price. It's first in, first out, last in, last out.
I know nothing, ER. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Have a great long weekend if you're bugging out. Look forward to seeing you next week.
So I know I'm not short at 37.5. I know I'm short at 44.75. See, okay. So my stop is still at my original entry. So last in, last out, first in, first out. Show me short at 37.5 because that was my last sell, which I scratched. So stops are in at the original entry price.
Man, oh man.
Market can't do shite. Almost not worth any money. This is almost not worth spending any dough. The market, look at the low is not in or the high is not in. We are going to do something today. just doesn't seem like it's going to be in the first 30 minutes. Scratched out. It sucks. So be patient. Trade the rotations. Okay. We go 29.75 offers, sell them. We go 67.75 bid, buy them. Don't trade the opening range. Too choppy, too nothing. The market has no idea what it wants to do. The bonds are rallying. What's gold doing? Gold is gold sitting. The Bitcoin is rallying still, made a new high and then coming off a bit. I got stopped out in crude.
Yeah, we talked about the correlation between the bonds and the equities yesterday, and it's just frustrating right now. It's with the bonds being so strong, I just might instinctively want to just sell everything. But look at this, man.
So the ATR. Somebody's asking about the ATR. So I use a 10-day look back on my ATR, and right now, the ATR on RTH, regular trading hours, in the S&P is 96 points, 96.5 points. NASDAQ is 616 points. Now, if you're looking at extended hours, then the S&P ATR is 118 points. So when the ATR is like 60 handles in the S&P is 60 handles or wider, then I'm going to try to pay for my trade and take profit on my trades at the 15-handle rotations. If the ATR is under 100 or under 100 or under 70 or under 80, I'm going to pay for my trade at 4 points and then take profit at 15 handles. Does that make sense? So, when the ATRs expand and are 100 or around 100, I'm going to try to pay for my trade at 15 points.
So ATRs, for those of you who are new, is average true range. It's a little different calculation than the average range, but it's similar concept.
And I want a wider view of things. Don't be. My mentor used to say this. Judd used to say this all the time. Don't be myopic. Don't be so myopic. And then call me every name in the book after he said that.
Myopic. I don't even know what myopic means.
Too narrow focused. Oh. Don't be too narrowly focused. Too many of you guys are narrowly focused. You're looking at really, really short-term charts. I don't ever make a trade. Somebody had asked me about this earlier, and I said I'd talk about it. I do not ever make a trade based on a chart. You don't see, I'm not looking at patterns here. I could care less about patterns. I'll do that after the market closes or before the market opens. But just like I did on the floor, I already know that if we go 29.75 offer, I'm going to sell them. If I sell the opening range, I'm going to buy some at 29.75. I know that below it, I'm going to take profit at 14.75, and below that, I'm going to sell them. And all my stops are going to be for scratches. See, ladder rungs. I already know that before the market opens, or once the market opens, I know where I'm going to trade. I don't need to look at candlesticks and patterns and look at like very short-term charts. And so, I don't trade my best thinking. I don't trade my technical analysis.
Oh, well, great job. I mean, there was some meat on that bone, Pax.
Oh, God bless it. I put the stop in wrong again. Okay. Sell stop to get me short at 29.5.
Bonds are 117.25 now. My goodness.
Sell them under this rotation. Don't trade the opening range because it's too choppy. Sell them under this rotation when it becomes clear that they're going to try to break them again. And then you're going to pay for them and take profit at 15 or in front of 14.75. Capiche? Capiche? Capiche?
I know what that means. That means I got that one.
Myopic.
When you start using words like myopic, you got to revert back to capiche.
Yeah, I know.
I understand what you're talking about.
So don't be so narrow focused, try to broaden your view.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I'll do something there. The range, I know. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's
31s equal 86 in the NASDAQ. Watch that shit. 31s equal 86. NASDAQ goes 86 offer. The S&P will be trading lower. What is the rotation of the NASDAQ? Oh, geez, look at that. The NASDAQ opening range. NASDAQ's at the, oh, it's just below the opening range. Never mind.
Yeah.
But momentum matchup. So I look at the NASDAQ because the NASDAQ is a lot thinner. I look at the NASDAQ for, what I call momentum matchups. So if you have the NASDAQ up right next to it, here, I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean. You got the NASDAQ right up to the S&P. Let's say I sell, geez, the NASDAQ is moving too fast. Let's say I sell 33s. The NASDAQ, gee, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to demonstrate this with the NASI, man. It's all over the place.
Well, like something just must have come out because the algos are really reacting to it.
Yeah.
So if I sell 34s, the NASDAQ is trading at even, okay? If I sell 34s, the NASDAQ trading at even, right here, 24,700. Oh, God, I got to put my I just got short, I think.
We're going to get West Coast represented in here in a second. West Coast.
Morning.
Good
Morning,
Mike.
guys. How's everybody doing?
My hands are full right now.
Be
Trying
better
to
if the market
see if
was
we can
moving.
get this long. I'm in 7 lots. Right under the 700.
Good morning, Christian. Good morning, XYZ.
All right.
I'm going to have to just scratch out of this thing.
All right, Max, I'm sorry, Max. Pax, we're pivoting over to, Max is my kid's name. We're pivoting over to, whose screen are we looking at right now? Is that XYZ? Are you long right now?
Yeah, I'm scaling into some longs in the 690s. Trying to see if
Market's
we can
not
get a
doing shit.
pop
Well, you
here.
got them now. This
It's a
market
little
is
dicey.
dangerous, man. We're not doing shit. Not worth my money.
Consolidating here for a move.
Yesterday was a great fucking trading day.
So, by the
I'm
way,
scaling
Tracy
out
said, Pax, to
2
answer your
lots
question,
here.
Tracy said U.S. polls document that listed firms linked to China military was the headline. BABA and other stocks ripped back up. Sorry to
I'm
interrupt.
going to
See,
take the risk off of these
there's
longs.
all this good news, I mean, that seems bullish, but yet we're not going anywhere. The CPI was bullish, yet we're breaking, or that we're, trying to break. This is dangerous as hell. This market for an intraday trade it's not worth spending any money in it.
Sorry, Pax. Jay Cash is in the house.
Some might say it might be.
Christian, so now XYZ's changed his name to J Cash, but you got to have the $sign for the S.
Oh, is that what it is? That's funny.
Yeah.
My nickname was C Money. So,
C Money?
yeah.
I like it. C Money and J Cash.
Listen, on the trading floor, when I was in the NASDAQ, when I was a clerk in 1988, you had to have a thick skin to be in this business. My wife was, before there was any sort of HR to protect women, my wife was a beautiful young Greek woman on the floor. What kind of cat calls and what kind of slaps on the keister do you think she got? My wife is a very tough woman because of her 18 years on the trading floor. And, you had to have a very, very thick skin. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to only say this once. I go to Mass 2 or 3 times a week. I pray the rosary every day. I pray the Psalms and morning prayer, and my spirituality and my religion is very important to me. You will never hear me say GD. You will never hear me use the Lord's name in vain, but you will hear F-bombs come out of my mouth like I was a fucking sailor, especially when I'm involved in the market and I'm trying to get points across. So if you have too thin of a skin, you ought not be trading.
And I think the word keister might be in John 3:15.
Is this a safe space?
No.
Not on Fridays, it's not.
Not on Fridays, it's not.
No,
Oh,
trading
my
is not a
God.
safe space.
Oh, yeah.
Now I'm scared.
Anyway, so Pax, before me and you jet off into our weekend or into the chat, wherever we're going, let's just get Chris and XYZ's take on what's going on. Let's start with you, Christian. How do you feel about the markets so far Friday morning?
So I'm swing short some partials from yesterday. So I'm looking to see if we can bounce higher to add to that. But let me share here the plan for this morning. We had a pretty big breakdown, 25,400 rejected pretty hard in Q, and then we broke below that 6,900 yearly open that Pax talks about a lot. And we just went straight down. We're at a major support here at the moment, trying to reclaim and move up higher. So if ES can go back above 68.68, then I can see us moving up to that 68.93, 6,900 yearly open area. So far, I had scenario one in mind where we can just be range bound and consolidate sideways. We've seen that so far. Acceptance at the lows, and I think we can make new lows, but it's just a waiting game here on the hourly to see whether we reclaim 68.68 or we lose 68.18. For NQ, I already tried a short. I closed partials before this rally back up. But the idea here was that if we can be range bound under 800, we are seeing that so far. Acceptance at 800, then we can push up into reclaim December lows and then reach 960s, 25,000 area. And then if we lose the lows, then we go down to 24,500. And if that doesn't hold, then lower. So range bound now until we pick a direction.
Christian, I agree 1,000% in everything you said.
Beautiful.
Awesome, man. XYZ, what are you thinking?
Pretty simple.
Yeah.
This earlier I was short from what was the highs all the way down, thinking that we can probably run through this green zone here all the way down to prior week low. I got screenshot cursed. So I was like 100 and something points in and came back, trailed me out. And so now I'm thinking if they're gonna taper in this zone, this green line, then we'll probably make our way through the profile up to the 900s right here. So I'm just in this long runner now, in case that idea is going to play out, and see if we can cover the 900s. If they come and take me out of this long again, I'm afraid to say it, but they might just lock us into a range for a good while. And I'm not sure I want to be too involved with that. But I mean, we just fired off a 7 lot long down there in the 690s. We got paid about 80 points of a move. And I think if this takes me out, market's really going to have to convince me to put on another trade, honestly. So my thoughts.
Very awesome.
I agree with that too. It's fun.
All right, everybody.
Good trade. By the way, XY, very nice.
Thank you.
I do want to remind everybody, we're going to 1 o'clock today. So we're extending the Friday NinjaTrader live stream for an hour. So, we're getting there. We're getting close. We got to be careful. We'll be bumping up against Martini o'clock, and then me and Shab are going to have a conversation. But 1 o'clock's good. Looking forward to it. So remember, we're just going to stick around. And a little bit later, joining Chris and XYZ are Lumi and Stowe. So, I'm sorry, Salma and Lumi.
Lumi.
Yeah, got it. All right, so they're gonna pop in here, so they'll be foregoing for a while, and then I'll be back later. So, Pax, thank you. You're the best. I love you, brother. Awesome trading this morning. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Jimmy. XY Christian is fucking two of the greatest around. I'm so glad to be part of your group, or part of this group, and part of all your journeys. Everybody in chat, if you guys have any questions for me, hit me on Twitter. DM me, join the PAX group if you want to learn how to do this. If not, then fucking keep on going. This is the greatest business. This is the greatest business ever invented. Just have to be able to survive long enough to be able to see that.
Right on,
Yep.
right on. And by the way, someone in the chat asked us for a video on how to use and set up the anatomy of a dome and all that stuff. There is one available in our learning center. If you want a shortcut on how to find it, I don't know off the top of my head, shoot an email to learn@ninjatrader.com. Just say, hey, Jim, give me the link for that how-to video, explainer video on the trading ladder. And I've done a couple of them. I know they're floating around, so I just don't know where. So, anyway. All right. Pax, well, let's me and you zip out of here and wish these two the best of luck on the trades.
See you guys later. Have a great day.
You have a great weekend, guys.
Pax forgot to say it, but nobody fights alone.
Nobody fights alone. Yeah, that's right. Nobody fights alone. And I should have said that before we left. But thank you for the reminder, XY. You guys are awesome.
Blessed.
We'll see if blessed. I need them to trade 900.
We're wedging up here. We're getting ready for a move.
Yeah. All right. Well, do I use full session? Full session. On my execution chart, we'll just say execution chart. My 1 minute chart, it's a RTH only profile, but where I do the homework right here, this is all full session. Full session and 5-day rolling. Did I get in on the first big move off overnight low, or did I get in on a retest? Uh, Retest technically, yeah, right here. Literally as they're just poking out this range. Did I know that they weren't going to break this lower? No, but I expected, possible hold. And if the order flow is showing me, yeah, there is a willingness to keep this thing afloat.
I
You
joined you on the long.
yeah, you get some longs on, and if you're wrong, you're just right out. And if you're right, it's a happy Friday. Yeah, Cali DEI Friday.
Let's see if we can push out.
Yeah.
All right, so we're breaking out of this wedge here after triggering a failed breakdown. So I'm looking to see if we have continuation higher. We're still range bound, but we can push out here. Need a little bit more force. Need to really reclaim that 800 area. And we can push out. What level are you looking for?
900. Well, I'm negotiating. It's at 899 half. Don't know if they'll get there, but this would be a move through this 5-day rolling distribution.
Yeah, let's see. This 800 level is sticky, but this is its chance to, we need a higher high, higher low structure now from here. Higher high, higher low, higher high. And if
Yeah, I'm already
so,
100 points in, so I'm really tempted to take this, but I think we do have another 100 on the table.
you already paid yourself, no?
Oh yeah, I had 7. But
And
I mean,
then,
hey, $2,000 is $2,000. You know what I mean?
my guy, you got to start holding more. You
We'll
have the right,
see.
you have the perfect recipe for entries. If we can get you to just hold longer.
Well, I think it's a double-edged thing. I have this perfect a recipe for entries because I stay fresh mentally. If I'm on the charts longer, oh man. You've seen the competitions.
All
Need I say any more?
right, I just took partials here at 1.8 R. My risk is more than paid for. And let's see if we can reclaim this 800 area. Now the trade can do whatever it wants. I don't really care. I mean, I do care. That's not what I mean. You know what I mean. Like, once my risk is paid for, cool. I tried the short earlier. I tried 2 shorts earlier. One was at these highs up here, but I took a stop. And then eventually we did reject, and I was like, oh man, I don't want to miss this. So then I shorted here and I captured this move lower. I took partials down here into 6R, and then the rest stopped me out at break even. And then this is my next trade here, this long off this wedge break, partial out at 1.8R. And now let's see if we can push up into 960s. Big if though. We saw a pretty big breakdown
960.
yesterday.
I think if they go to 960s, they'll go 25K, yeah.
We have
25K and
December
70.
lows. Yeah, I think a good level would be December lows at 888. but a reclaim of this 800 area, which we're struggling to. If we can finally form a little bit of acceptance here, then we can push out into that December low at 887, 880s, let's say. ES breaks out here, and I think we can see, well, 68.68 is that really that level. Above that, we get 68.93, 6900.
All right. I'm getting out. They're taking too long. That's my day. I'm not taking any more trades, chat. Sorry. I had that short before we came on. Oh man, I can't believe they did that to me. So I got PTSD right now. All right, let's see, chat. I know nothing. Yeah, thank you. Uh, would you please explain what you saw yesterday on 10 last short? It was obvious that you saw some load up short in the order flow. Mm, I mean, that would be quite a lot to go over just right now. Um, I could probably make a video. I have found that pumping out videos on a regular basis really diminishes the engagement on them. So I need to figure out how I want to like do that whole thing. I'm trying to up my furu game, you know. So
All right,
we'll
so we have
see.
our higher low here, higher high, higher low. We need to hold here now in order to work our way back up and then climb higher. If we do not, then we're going to be range bound and can come back down to the bottom of the range. So if this higher low fails, then we trigger that. If not, there's still a chance that we can chew through the supply and push out. But
Hopefully we can get like a sloped EMA just going up.
Mr. Market, you're right. I feel like we're usually in all the similar traits. I don't want to say the same traits, but similar with our
I mean, I do
process being
believe
different.
I always say it too. I think the best trades are the very simple and obvious ones, right?
Yeah.
Where you just look at it and you're like, this thing aligns. It doesn't matter what strategy you use, whether it's this or that, ICT order flow, this, blah, blah, blah. It's just so obvious. And I don't want to use the word obvious like so loosely where it's like, oh, trading could be so easy. But there are certain things that the markets do, certain patterns that you can see across any strategy. And if it's simple, it's probably really good. Any strategy, I do believe also, any strategy that seems really convoluted is probably not good for you. If you can look at something and be like, okay, this is really simple, this is simple enough, then yeah, like it's a good strategy. But if you come across a strategy and you're like, this is really complicated, it's very convoluted, it's this and that. If it's difficult to execute, it's probably not good for you. And, you know, I say that knowing that maybe you can see my strategy and be like, this is why do all this? And you would be correct. For you, it's probably not ideal. For me, it speaks in the clearest terms, I guess you can say. It speaks to me quite clearly. And the inputs that I use give me the confidence to just hit the trade. So that's another thing. You need the confidence to hit the trade. Your chart can tell you all sorts of things, but if the strategy makes it so that you get really squeamish, you're afraid to hit the trade, you're not too sure when to get out of it, it's probably not good. So simple is always the best. And if anyone's trying to sell you something very convoluted, don't buy it. Mini micro spread, sell for. Yeah, yeah, could do that, but I'm after the trade, you just wipe your hands clean, job's done. I think it's very underrated, keeping a very, very fresh mental because that's what makes your process repeatable. If you really just feel exhausted or tired after every session or every trade, it's really hard to repeat the same process over and over and over with confidence, with clarity. So I stay on top of that. This thing can go to 900 and I'm not going to care. I did my work. You guys know I trade with, I would say it's pretty big R, but it's only because my stops are tight. For some traders, 50 points is 1R. For me, 50 points is several, but it's only because my stop is tight. So as long as I keep doing what I do, I don't have to hold for the whole idea. Because what also sets me off in a bad way is if it's short of my idea, then it comes back and I'm sitting here like I could have just covered this and like been done. But I wanted to see the idea through. So at that point, it's like, okay, was this an ego thing? Did I just want to be right over actually just making money? And so these are the things that always, came across my head in the trading journey. And eventually I just settled, look, you know what you're good at. You know what the market, is generally going to give you, like an expected move out of your typical setups. Anything beyond that, you do relinquish a lot more control to the markets. How does that make you feel? How does it feel when it doesn't do what you expect it to? And my best equity curve is always when I just do the work and that's it. You take your points, you move on.
All right, so I got stopped out on the rest when this higher low failed because we should have held here, higher high, higher low, and then continuation higher to see the new uptrend attempt from this breakout. So that failed, and so I took a stop on the rest, and now we're going to be range bound unless we start climbing back up again. Yeah, it wants it. Maybe I'll look for another entry here shortly.
Say every video is your last video like J. Cole album. It's not my last, but it just takes a while to make. So I mean there will be more.
Hey, Shab, it is chilly. A little burr.
Lucas says that's my biggest flaw. I can analyze charts, draw setups all day long, no problem. But getting entries quick enough has been a challenge. Well, you could also consider that you don't need to trade a strategy that requires quick entry. It could just be something more mechanical. A lot of price action traders use candle breaks, or some people would do like fib retracements to get in. It could be something mechanical. It doesn't have to be something crazy.
I'm hoping we can bounce higher so I can add to my swing short. Unless we once again go all the way back up.
Good morning, Shab. Nice and chilly. Yeah. I think it's gonna rain in a few days.
Thanks, Susan. Thanks for being here with us. What are we at? We got to get those likes up, guys. Started out with 2 green trades for us. We have 345 likes only.
Hey, we're both green again. It's another happy Friday.
We have 1,200 of you. I know we can get to 600.
Where are we?
384. A little
They
bit
hate
weak.
us. They hate us. Do I take my scratch on the dom or mark it out? I like when I'm scratching out of a trade. Or did you mean just my runner that I had earlier? Well, either way, it's on the DOM. If I'm executing on the DOM, I'm executing on the DOM.
We're consolidating here for a move. It is a bit choppy. Mm,
How many points did I end up getting out of the trade at the close? I don't remember, but I covered around, I think it was 800 price. Whenever they made that new low, ran into like 500 lots on the bid. I covered there. So somewhere around there. Honestly, don't know how many points. I forgot. It's probably, I put it on Twitter. Go on my Twitter. There's a screenshot of it somewhere right before I covered it. This is crazy. Have I explained my strategy anywhere? Go on my Twitter. My playbook is literally linked and free. Just trying to learn order flow trading, struggling a bit. Mm, I mean, YouTube University is the best one out there. Um, I would say check out like Axia videos, AXIA. They do pretty good beginner stuff, I think, like a long, long time ago. Do you cap how many losing trades before quit? No, not trades, but P&L, yes. I think everyone has that point, whether they realize it or not. You should have that point where when you're down a certain amount of money or by trades, you should already know, like, you know what, the market's just not speaking the right language to me today. There should be a point where you're like, yeah, I'm getting fucked up. And if you're going to try to force that action, you're just going to get more of what you're already getting. So you should consider that too. It's not just, hey, this is a rule. I have to follow it because it's a rule. It's more of like, look, clearly I cannot read this market. It doesn't have to be like, oh, I suck. I need to get better. It's just like, dude, it's just the market does that some days. It's not conducive to your strategy, not conducive to your edge. Just leave it alone. Sai, I got some YouTube videos. I mean, my most recent video on Twitter literally is a walkthrough of what I'm looking at. So yeah, I gotta get this sorted though. I tried yesterday and I blew some stuff up, but I need to sort out how my layout could be similar to Leo's. Oh, when scratching out, yeah, I pressed the hotkey. I have a flattened hotkey. So if it's just not working out, I'm just hitting the key. I don't need to wait until it hits my stop. I already made my choice. I already hate it. Some viewers in the chat said it's too expensive. My course? Of course, it doesn't exist.
wedging up here.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Oh, here goes
Why do I
chat talking
have?
about my course. If you gotta ask, you can't afford the XYZ course.
If we break out here, I'm gonna look to see if there's a higher low pullback to get in on that higher low and manage risk on the idea, like on a pullback here. Because it does, this 15-minute wedge that we're in is getting ready to break out. ETH is a bit weaker. So for additional confirmation for me, since I'm more price action, is to wait if we do break out, get a higher low, maybe back test this resistance, right? And then manage risk on a long idea on the pullback. Because what has happened in the past is these higher low attempts here, right here, and then this recent one out of the last wedge, they failed. So now a one that holds will actually tell you that, hey, the breakout will continue because now you'll have a change in character. Where now you'll have the higher high, higher low, higher high.
Looks like we're about to get a really good 30-minute candle, huh?
Yeah, this wants to break. Let's see how the pullback here looks to join.
Flash sale on the course. You know what? It's Friday. I'll give you guys a flash sale. It's free. I bought your course on Skillshare. It was trash. Too much techno music. The course that you bought is just a playbook. It's not even trading. I mean, it's what's the word? It's a playlist. It's just a music playlist. Nothing to do with trading. Still too expensive. Yeah, my bad, chat. Best I can do is free, man.
I think
Sorry.
we're just going to shoot up to December lows straight up.
900s.
Yeah, that was our target earlier too.
I know. Well, that pullback made me feel a lot better about covering it earlier at the highs because if I sat through like that 100-point pullback, I wouldn't be too happy, I'm gonna be honest. So all is well. Trading demo for PNL. Wow, chat wants me to pay them to read the course. I respect the hustle, I'm not gonna lie.
Let's see if we can get a higher low here. A little bit of consolidation. If not, this will just break out and rally up here. So
What does
let's
this 30-minute
see.
candle look like? Is it just a full body bar? Good night, chat
Yeah,
book.
the hourly is bullish engulfing.
Yeah, hourly is crazy.
Just a small pullback, please.
Small.
Please, sir. My YouTube freeze? What's going on here? We should have, yeah, we triggered that fell breakdown here, remember, guys? And then we tried to break back down again in this action. We couldn't. Higher lows and then a breakout. Yeah, that was the push, man. Good long there. Maybe some of you guys are in it. I did not press the trigger. But I was still short of bounce. If we back test, I do like 960s in NQ and then 868.93, 6900 in ES. That's a big, big, big level. Yes, and it really needs to up above the 68, 68 to get back to that near that 6900. We're into December's low here in NQ. We just tagged it. Reclaim that and we go up higher.
Do I go over the indicators I use? Um, yeah, on stream. I don't use That's funny. I was just gonna sit here and say I don't use too many, but I see a lot. Um,
Later, Dallas.
Dallas, thanks for hanging out. Like and subscribe. I think production has a little widget they throw up on the screen somewhere. But guys, get to 200 and Chris told me that he's taking all of you guys out to Nobu. All of you guys.
Hey, yo.
He's like, all right, I gotta put more size on these trades then.
Good news, everyone.
Yeah, I'll buy everybody a water.
Yeah.
Water's on
We'll
me.
have waters and napkins. Thank you. No utensils. No, thank you.
Water's on me, guys.
Dude. Well, we're getting that sloped 9 EMA, but
There it
literally it's
is.
not coming
There it
to it.
is.
It's not coming back to it at all. 960s? Yeah, Mr. Market likes it. One sub and is one sashimi? Oh man. Oh, today is Friday the 13th.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, this was a
Big
move.
push, big push.
This
Ride that
was
long,
a
guys. This one's 960s. And ES 168.93, 6900 area.
Do I do live streams or share more content in Order for Labs Discord? No, not anymore because I literally don't have the time. But before the streams here, yeah, that was the only place I was pretty much interacting. Can you talk about the short setup yesterday at the close? Oh, yesterday was a noon stream. Um, well, I can do you one better. If you go on my Twitter, the pinned post is very similar to what I was looking at yesterday for that short. So if you apply what is in the video of the pinned post to that swing high yesterday, you would probably have the same trade.
They give us a good pullback here.
What's your next target? If you got long, where would you go?
Guys, mirror the chat.
You.
For NQ, it would be 960s, 25,000 area.
25K. Yeah, this can probably go to like 25. Oh, 80. Oh,
This
70s.
is just gonna go without me.
Yeah. And you had the longs too. We were both long, right?
Yeah.
If you're up to, could you please describe what you see currently on NQ running the lower node on the 5-day rolling? Well, that was my plan. I know nothing. The plan was good. The execution was right? Because the idea was if they're going to taper into this green zone, then likely they'll start to make a move into this node again, which they did. And I pretty much got flat towards the middle of it. But generally, the middle is when you have more confirmation that they're going to go towards the other side, which is the 900, which is where my original runner was. But yeah, the 5-day rolling was the idea. Earlier, I tried to short into the zone and then through the zone, but clearly that did not work. Mega bit out of there. Took out my runner that was over 100 points in. And coming back to it, it's all right. If they're going to do that out of it, do they hold it again? And they did. So we got long instead. And you're looking, this is like a perfect taper. You can put this in a museum. Look at this taper. Look at this thing. Super clean. Many wicks, 1 hour bars right here. Many wicks. And yeah, if this isn't going to happen, and it doesn't look like it is because the sell interest is gone. When we hit the zone earlier at the open, dude, that thing, they didn't even like want to sell it much, honestly. It just went right off the zone. And so that's going to be likely a move through now to the other side, which is now complete. So the plan was complete. They did it in not the best way, because if I had held on to that instead of covering up here, I would have held 100-point pullback. I would have just been like, man, this sucks. Ultimately, I would have made it. I would have survived because my average was like 690. So I would have made it all the way to target, extra 100 points, whatever. But what if it didn't happen, right? If I'm holding and I'm that far in and it comes back 150 points and tags me, I would feel so much worse than having covered there, seeing it pull back 100 and going without me. Totally fine with me, because that pullback would have sucked. That's just trading. That's just how I do it. That's how I manage myself. You can't just be a robot. Everyone's gonna say you got to be this, you got to be that. Well, I can't, and I know that very well, and I work around it. My equity curve is actually like it's just a straight shot up and to the right. If I posted it, you guys would tell me it's demo. Twitter would tell me it's demo, but you guys are seeing it live. But it's because I do these things. It's because knowing yourself is a hard battle. It takes a while in the game to really learn it, but accepting it and working around it is the next thing. People don't try to work around it. They try to just run through that wall. Like, oh, this is what this guy on YouTube, he said he's been on a professional desk for 10 years and he's made like 8 figures. And he says, I need to be this. And then you kind of just run into that wall. I took another way. It worked for me. So
Wondering if this was the bounce. That's it. That I want to. Not big enough for me to add to my short that I have. Is this really it?
crayon lines. Yeah. Yeah. Crayon lines. You are absolutely correct.
So far, no healthy higher low pullback, right? I needed something like this and then work some consolidation, then climb higher. So that might be it. We probably won't reach that 960, 25,000 area that I was looking for to then look for a short up there. And I wanted that. We started to build value and we up from here and then maybe next week climb lower. See, we'll see.
It's like right on the 9 too, right here.
Yeah.
It's a pretty hard trade on my inputs. On one hand, you can definitely long because it's a 9 pullback, but on the other hand, they've just failed extending outside of this node and they're in the middle again, which means they could go to the other side. So this is something that would lock me out for sure. Or wait for like some higher low activity. 9 EMA is pretty sloped though, so. Yeah, confidence is really the key. We'll go deeper. I think everyone knows, everyone's heard it, the platitudes. Confidence is the key to execution. But I think going deeper, it's you cannot have the fear of execution. That's what I that's what I realized over some time was my the biggest killer of my edge was fear. The fear of being wrong, the fear of paying the ticket price to get on the trade and having that money taken from you. But that cannot exist, right? If it's in the system, if it's there, the opportunity is there. Understand it's never guaranteed, but also understand you have enough proof of concept, hopefully you do, that when it's right, you are rewarded immensely. And when it's wrong, you just get out. So that was what I had to get through. It was more of like, oh, confidence. You're going to hear all the time, confidence to execute, confidence, this. But I think it's what was killing me was the fear of being wrong on it. And that kept me out of the best trades, which then lead to FOMO and chasing and shittier entries, less optimal opportunities. One thing begets the other, begets the other, begets the other. It's the same thing as the discipline mental game. For me, it all started with fear. And so now you guys see me hitting the trade, I'm hitting the trade. It works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You boo-hoo cry about it.
Fear is the path to the dark side.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Dark side of the P&L. So you got to be in a place where you can eliminate the fear out of the game, which is a lot of things. It's mental discipline, but it's also strategy. It has to be something that you can execute plainly in a very simple way, manageable way, sustainable way. There's a lot to consider. A lot of people think they just have a mental discipline problem, but it's probably an edge problem too. So just figure one thing out at a time.
Somebody asked me, this was the pullback to buy it. I can't buy because then I have additional rules to buy that pullback, right? Like it has to form in a certain way. The higher low needs to form into the 9 AMA and then bounce. And then from there, I can take the reclaim of that bounce candle, right? So let's say the bounce happens here, the candle closes here. Then the long is on a move above that candle that bounced with a stop under it. And that's a technical trigger right above that candle's high, right? So that's a rule that helps me because I'm not just going to buy a pullback without having confirmation of the reversal into that pullback, right? Like the reversal away from that pullback. So we didn't get that. We just saw it right straight down. And that's why rules, I am nothing without my rules. Rules maketh. So yeah, for Paulo, waiting for that NQ long, there's nothing here too long here. Where's the bounce attempt? I can't just buy support, right? I can just buy a level and say, I'm going to buy that. Well, what if that's not the low? What if we continue going lower? Well, you just took a stop. For me, since I'm a price action trader, where was the technical trigger to then get long off that test of support?
The 15-minute candle is like so violent.
Yeah, for what I do, you need that. Like, and it's always the reclaim of the 9 MA lower high. Like, what triggered this fell breakdown? You have the lower low, lower high into the 9 MA. Reclaim of that lower high starts a higher high, higher low structure now. From a trend following perspective, that's the trigger to get long. Like for me, right, if you're following a trend following approach, but I can't just buy something that's going down because it's coming into support. You might get lucky, but where's the trigger on the reversal back up?
Yeah, the way Chris explains his system, what keeps him out, what he's looking for, you guys see it's always like super deliberate. And I think everyone's edge needs to get to that point because you can very, very clearly see what trades you should and shouldn't be taking. And that's literally edge in the simplest way to put it. To know it inside and out in a way where you always deliberately explain the whys, the why nots, the ifs, the if nots, then it all just opens up. Everything opens up for your trading.
Yeah, and then the short that I wanted, I wanted 960s, 25,000. We didn't get there. Very unfortunate. So that's the larger time frame lower high I wanted, right? Something like if I go to is there a 4-hour here? No, only 60-minute. 60-second chart. I don't want to.
Oh, DT. Yeah, my bad. I'll get to that. Let's have Chris go through his thoughts first. He's trying to put you guys on some game right now.
Yeah, so the higher time frame, you have to remember that whenever we're starting a big downtrend attempt, right? We can easily bounce back up. But since the markets are fractal, you have to imagine that on a much higher time frame, you're going to go a swing low, swing high, and then a possible rejection attempt to make a swing low. It's then what happens in the internal structure here that tells you whether this is going to become a higher low and then continue higher, or we're going to confirm the continuation lower. So then you go to the lower time frame and say, okay, if I'm looking to short a swing high, meaning I want to add either to a short or I want to put a fresh short as a swing up here, what needs to happen then on the 5-minute time frame? So then if we're at a point where we're at a swing high area, which I was looking at that 960, 25,000, then the entry on that would be a 5-minute reversal setup that I share. And the 5-minute is the entry setup for that hourly swing high. And then it's just a step-by-step process. I mean, it gets maybe a little difficult. It's easier for me now. But if you understand how the trend structure moves across all time frames, then you can sort of expect what can happen, right? What has the highest probability of happening, and then look to execute off that. Now we wait, because now price most likely coming back down to the bottom of the range. Big fail breakdown in the morning, big fail breakout recently.
So DT 301. I mean, I don't know if you checked out the playbook, but I think I go through everything in there. But this high time frame chart, 1 hour bars, 5-day rolling profile, 24-hour volume profiles, full session. So 1 hour chart for short. This is 1 minute Heikin-Ashi right here. Heikin-Ashi bars, 1 minute time frame. RTH only profile. This is a leg to leg delta profile, resets every 50 points in rotation. Yeah, that's the thing. So 1 minute, 1 hour. Keep it simple. Anything else I do look at, it's in the playbook. Yeah. The playbook is literally everything. Everything that I know is in there. Why Heikin-Ashi? Cleans it up. It cleans up the action. I'm used to the 1 minute time frame. I've done tick bars, volume bars, Renkos. I've done a lot. And it just 1 minute just kept it simple. It kept it cleaner for me because I'm gonna execute and stuff off the DOM anyway. And I don't really need to see 1 minute price action in terms of bar by bar, how it opens, how it closes. So I'm always looking at it in an aggregate, like multiple bars, like overall price action on the 1 minute. So I'm like, well, if that's the case, let's just put Heikin-Ashi and just make it smoother, easy to glance at, get your information, where is what, where's it going, where did it come from, and then execute on the DOM. So yeah, it just cleans it up for me. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm glad you're making money off of these levels.
Yeah, Jimmy's the man.
Spoke about two key things, edge and confidence. How do you build both? Would you say they feed upon each other? Yeah, absolutely. You need edge first. Edge first before anything, actually. A lot of people think it's a confidence problem, it's a discipline problem, it's a me problem, like personality problem. A lot of times, just you don't have the edge. You got to go get real edge, right? Just because it worked for a week or a month doesn't mean it's true edge. And the edge is not just in the strategy, it's in the operator. You can give someone a strategy that you've made money off of for 20 years straight. And if it doesn't fit them, they're just going to screw it up. So to build confidence, you need to have proof of concept How do you get that? Long data set. How do you get long data set? You have to be consistent. How do you be consistent? You have to trust the system to execute it properly. Now, if you have a system and you follow it for a week and a half and then you just blow everything up as usual the next week, and or you break the rules and this, same thing as building up that Jenga, pile. You want to play Jenga, you got to build it up, but then every fifth layer you just knock it all down. Be like, all right, let's do it again. You'll
But
never get proof of
you
concept.
skipped a part. How do you develop the system?
How do you develop? Well, a lot of learning and a lot of replay. Actually, yes, that ties me in. Someone asked earlier if there were books that I could recommend. There are a lot of really good books. Have I read them? I'm gonna be honest, I have not. The best book for me was The Market Itself, replay mode. Watch the market, replay the market, those inflection points where they had key turns or key activity, replay the hell out of those. Then you'll start to pick up patterns, right? You got to put in the time. So if you want to build that edge, you want to work on that edge, you've got to study. You've got to really study. And there's a difference between putting in a lot of hours and putting in deliberate, focused time. So my advice is, yes, put in that time, replay mode. If you want to get into order flow, backtesting can only do so much, right? Because it's a little bit too hindsight. You don't know how things develop in real time. Order flow is very real time. So you'll definitely need to do replay and screen time. You want to record your sessions, that helps too. Record your trading sessions and just go back and watch tape. It's like every sports team. Every sports team watches film. If they don't, they will suck for the entire season and the next and the next. You have to watch film. You have to adjust. I always bring up like Jaylen Brown. Anyone who watches basketball, how does the whole league know that this guy cannot go left? By watching film. If you watch film, you realize Jaylen Brown can't go left. Guard him on the right.
Yeah.
Right? It's the same thing in trading. You got to do all those things to realize, you know what? This setup that I thought was pretty good, it actually sucks. I'm going to do something else. And then you figure that out.
And to add to that, guys, well, real quickly here, if we're starting to break out once again and now we create a higher low here, then I'm going to look for a long. And Mary and I talk about this on Tuesdays. You don't have confidence in your setups, or you're chasing trades. You're late 10, 20, 30 points late. You don't close the trade where you should have, because you're not spending the time to really watch film and say, like he said, go sports. I don't watch them. But that player, if he can't go left, or I don't know what Exo is saying,
Yeah.
left, right. If
He sucks
can't
when
go,
he tries to dribble left.
yeah, then you have data there, right? That's data telling you what happens over time. So then you go back and review and say, okay, over the last 90 days, I'm going to go back and see what happens every single time this happens. What's the price action like? What are the indicators possibly tell me that can help me? What is the price structure, right? Like maybe where price is in relation to the 9MA, like X, Y, and I talk about, maybe the structure, maybe the order flow that you're looking at, maybe anything that can help you frame that idea and become more cemented in the execution. And you have to do this through every single parameter of your strategy. Where do you enter? How do you enter? Why do you enter? When do you enter? How do you enter? Like all these W's, right? The why, when, where, when need to be answered through your system creation. And it's through that process where you're going back in time and saying, okay, the combination of these parameters give me what outcome? Cool. So if I apply and execute these parameters, it should generate this outcome that was predefined in the last backtest period, right? If it doesn't, then maybe there's you're not compatible to that process, right? Maybe your beliefs about the market are that it goes down more than it goes up, or maybe it goes up more than it goes down. And so if you're taking shorts and the market goes up over time, and you believe that the market goes up over time, then you internally are not going to be aligned with that sort of approach and strategy, right? Maybe you can't focus like XY does on multi-second execution, right? And these scalping setups that he has. I can't do that. I can't focus like that. So I need more time for my decision making. And therefore, I look for a 2-minute or a 5-minute entry setups, right? I have to wait for that. Maybe that's your edge. Maybe it's not. Maybe you are a great scalper, right? But maybe you can only focus on longs at the moment. There's so many variations here that you have to go back and put together and then iterate and iterate and iterate. And like I said on Tuesday, right, trading success is being stuck in the right feedback loop. You iterate so much, and the feedback from that helps you put your system together. And then once that's done, and you see, okay, this system generated this. If I'm not creating the same outcome, the same returns that I want, then it's something in myself. To have fear around money. Am I in real life? What is my money situation like? Am I, budget conscious? Am I risk averse? Like, what is it to then help you execute better? Because if you are risk averse and you're trading futures product that is highly leveraged, and you cannot see you being down $1,000, $2,000 on a trade, okay, bring down size, right? But it's a constant iteration between the technical stuff and the, I would say, fundamentals of your beliefs, right? Your emotional, mental clarity, like all these things. It's a combination of that. And all the books that we can share on the technical side are great and fantastic, but you also need books on the fundamental stuff, on you and yourself, how you perceive money, how you perceive consistency and success, right? Like, how many of us don't think we deserve to make that money? Or like for me, right? I came from a very poor background on food stamps. To make the money that I was making, is, well, my parents never made more than this in a year. How can I do this? What's going on, right? I had to go through those issues and discussions, but it's a combination. It's a long process. It takes a long time. And back in the day, we didn't have this, right? And having access to something like NinjaTrader or social media in general, it's just fantastic. So hopefully everything that we share, we discuss, helps all of you guys, because we already did the work, right? The only reason we're up here is because we've lost way more over a longer period of time than you have, and we just learned from that.
Yeah. My first few months in futures, I would say the first month, it was insane. It was, really before learning any proper risk management. I'd make a bunch, but it's only because I'm like just DCAing into my stuff. And eventually it turns your way, whatever. And I think it was like 1,800 into like 13 grand, something like that. The next week it was zero. I think in a matter of 3 days it was zero, actually. So it's always just something to learn. The beginning's always tough. But I think NT Live has put together a pretty good show where you can come in and get a lot of information that's useful, practical information really fast. But to go all the way back, yes, I do realize the Jaylen Brown left thing is more so a myth. But because you're a Clippers fan, also I'm not a Laker fan, guys, but because you're a Clippers fan, you've seen James Harden, and maybe that's a better example. If you saw like the tail end of his Rockets tenure going into Brooklyn, they would literally guard him on his right side. He can see the entire floor straight because they're guarding him on his right side. But how do they know to do that? Or guarding him his left side. My bad. How do they know to do that? By watching film on him, right? Unfortunately for the league, James Harden's floater is insane. So he'll just go into the paint, get a floater. I mean, the dude could not have been stopped on a scoring level.
Hey guys, thanks for the feedback. Let's get those likes up. And look, we're at 184,000 subscribers. Help us help you, help us help you. So let's get those subs up, guys. There's going to be a big party at 200K. I think XY said he's going to give away 200 robes of his collection. So he's going to make hats with your specific letter, send them out to you. And let's get those subscriptions up, guys. Help us out. We appreciate it.
Yeah,
if I didn't say that, they would kick me out. So,
or else, yeah, they just sent him a picture them looking at him very menacingly and said, "Or else."
Yeah, there you go. One sub is one custom hat from XY and one sashimi from me.
50% off the course? No, it's free. It's free today. Today only. For the next
It's
hour
100%
only.
off.
For the next hour only. And then the sale just continues forever.
But call now.
It's been free since it's been made, but it won't last forever.
Yeah, good to hear, Lucas. Hey, Lumi.
Yeah, usually it's free, but the next hour is absolutely free. Yes. Guys, you don't even need to put in an email. You know how like people do that? You got to sign up an email to view this
Yeah,
course or whatever. Guys, you can literally just go on my Twitter, click the link to the playbook. You don't have to put in anything.
you didn't have to follow him.
You don't even have to follow me on my socials to get access to that thing.
Hey, Charles, that's awesome. Thank you for joining us. All right, 5 months with us. Fantastic. Samur, it took me 5 years. I lost a lot of money until that point.
It
Good
seems
to
like
hear,
the
Larry.
average
Kat, that's
is at
awesome.
least 5. Please share the link again. I can't because I'm not allowed to post links in the chat.
So we're just waiting here. Nothing but a little bit of more chop, but no real movement. Fell breakdown in the morning, fell breakout recently. But we're sort of still holding up here. It wants to make another attempt.
Yeah, I think it's gonna go back up.
Yeah, that rejection should have had more follow through lower, and therefore the lack of follow through lower means that we can get the push up back, maybe back up into that 960s, 25,000 now. We have a little consolidation here.
That's not a bad idea, Reginald. NT branded robes. I'd wear it. Tell them to make it for me. Perhaps more people will find value if they have to jump some hoops to get to the playbook. Yeah, I think that's the idea. But then if I want people to jump through hoops, I have to make the hoops. And I don't want to make the hoops. I'm too lazy for that. So it's there. Uh, Best I could do is make a link tree. I made a link tree link. So it's on my X and YouTube.
Hey,
It's in the
Lalo,
description
that's
of the
awesome.
stream, guys. So you can just click the description and then find all of our socials.
Hey, we got those likes up. That's great. We can 550 is fantastic. Thanks, guys. Let's get those subs up, huh? Share with everybody. Share it to your MySpace group,
MySpace,
your neighborhood
Zanga.
app. Say, hey guys, all good in the neighborhood, but subscribe to this channel.
$30K and plug. Oh man, that was like peak COVID. Plug. Everyone was rushing into plug.
Yeah, here it is. Attempting higher. Not the best structure for me to engage though. So I'm gonna wait to see if we can form something else.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. So we have a viewer who's been profitable for 5 years, but still tunes in.
Oh, is that cats? Did I read that right?
Yeah, yeah,
Wow.
that's pretty cool.
We are humbled. Thank you. See, we didn't have this back in the day when I was starting out. I mean, I know you started what, maybe 5 years ago?
April 2021.
Yeah, I started in 2010 trading options and shares, and I don't know what
In
I was doing.
2010?
Yeah.
I'm like everybody else. I started in I think late
COVID?
2019 trading, yeah, options. Because one of my buddies was like, "Hey, buy a SPY call or a put." I'm like, okay. I don't know what that is, but all right, guide me through it." That was 2019. Eventually, you find futures naturally.
Yeah. So back then, it was not like that. There was no real sense of community. You had these groups and rooms, but nothing really breaking down strategies the way they are now. It was more like, hey, I have the strategy, but I won't share it.
Yeah, I mean, for a long time, you're not really seeing anything for free, no free content. Everyone wants to lock it behind, like, do you want to live like me? And like he's hopping out of a Rolls Royce. Well, if you do, click this link and it's some course and it's this and this. But now there's a lot of free info everywhere. There's free content. There's live streamed free content. Um, I think the belief of like edge erosion is slowly fading.
Yeah, that
We
was a
had a
big
question of
one.
that about that earlier. I don't believe that me sharing my edge to everyone erodes it in any way because it's very matter of factly. It's the market interacting with each other. And how can it really erode, right? Because I'm looking at the market interacting with each other. And that's how things move. But maybe if you look at things a different way and you trade some like conspiracy hat tinfoil theory strategy, possible. I don't know. So I
Sharing is
freely share
caring.
everything.
Yeah.
Ty Lopez is the OG, yeah.
Here in my garage, guys.
Look at these books. How did I get this Lambo?
Yeah,
Books.
how did if you watch it, read these books, guys, then
Yeah, Chris's bookshelf is literally because he saw the Ty Lopez video.
yeah,
It's like I
literally
need that bookshelf.
those are just fake covers. There's nothing there. This is actually a green screen. So
Am I consistently making money from futes? I would say so, yes.
what am I looking for? So now looking for acceptance, meaning a wedge structure up here above 800, which will now confirm that we are able to hold it and push out. Same for ES. If it can now form acceptance or hold 68.68, then that'll give us data to say, okay, maybe we do have a sustainable move up higher into 68.93, 6900. So it's been a little bit of back and forth and really no way for me to engage at the moment because we're just dancing around this resistance. But if we do start to form some acceptance here and hold, then now I have a valid setup to then backed with data to say, okay, we are forming some acceptance above 800, 805 area. And now that can trigger a sustainable long into 960 and 25,000, which is what I continue to look for as long as we hold 800.
Back into the main distribution here in the 830s. I think that could be a lower high, go all the way down to the 700 mark.
Oh, that's what you're looking for?
It seems like it's possible because they just went up to the high again. They got stuffed on the buy side pretty bad, and they're making their way back, but it's in the main distribution, which is like a main range. If they accept this again, they're likely going to test downside to see if they want to hold that again, which is like close to the 700s. It's
Yeah, yeah,
700s.
yeah.
So that's what it looks like on my chart. Unless they can hold it here. So they can't really see if they're going to start to see the 820s right under 820s too, like that's too deep in to the profile. It's probably going to accept it all the way through. But if they can hold here and keep price above like 840, that's when it looks a lot stronger, but it doesn't look like that's the case. Yeah, there's that move. So
Yeah, we can't hold here again, then we're just chopping around, dancing.
yeah, Kentwood. So he says if you had a live trade group where 10K people did the same thing at the same time, that might have some weight. Yeah, and that goes against the idea of erosion of edge because if everyone's doing what you're doing, it's only going to help you, right? If you click sell and everyone else clicks sell and there's 10,000 people doing it and it's enough weight to move a market, it's in your favor. So I haven't really seen good enough argument about edge erosion to make me believe that it's something that I have to worry about. And I'm retail. We're all retail. We are like trash liquidity in this market. As much as some people might try to lead you to believe, they don't care about us. When Goldman Sachs needs to fill, you know, 5 figures worth of NQ lots one-sided, they're not looking for us. They're not like, hey, you see that swing? We're gonna do
They are not.
the turtle soup A5 Wagyu 360 no scope just for the lulz, and we're gonna run it back because that's our strategy. Like, no, they're not looking for us. They need a counterparty. They need another big pool of liquidity. And retail liquidity is never a big pool of liquidity. I promise you that. So a lot of people without order flow, they'll say, oh, this was a stop run. They needed the liquidity. And so they poke the market lower to grab it all. But on order flow, you see like 20 lots. That's not what they're talking about. So people are making shit up with a tinfoil hat. They probed liquidity, they grabbed it all, and then they went. All what, 20? So if you're looking at order flow, you can really see things for what they are.
Hey,
Anyways, that's my TED talk.
Logo has a point here. If everybody eats tacos at the same time, maybe an edge.
Maybe.
Listen,
Absolutely.
it is an edge.
Absolutely. That's a plus. That's when the white van comes and gets you and says, don't do that again.
Look, guys,
Jay, I don't look at anything to see where commercial places trades because I see them on the order book if it matters. So it'd be kind of like redundant to do.
and you worry less about edge erosion if you're aligning with the trend. Like most of us here are trading the trend as best as we can, the higher time frame trend. So if you're consistently doing that over time, then you have a higher probability of being profitable and not worry about edge erosion because you're aligning with the market structure. Like if we're at resistance and we form acceptance and now it's obvious that sellers are not pushing it lower, well, then you have a higher probability that we're going to break out. That's market structure, right? That's supply and demand. The hourly and 15 minutes bearish in NQ. Well, how can it be bearish if they're green candles
Hourly?
above the overnight consolidation? At the moment, they're not bearish.
To me, it just looks very neutral. Like there's a clear middle distribution. Anytime price tries to get out either which way, they can't really do it. So bearish or bullish, can't say it's one or the other. I could say that it looks kind of shitty because it's not going to go anywhere. So reversion trade or nothing right now is what I would say. But even for a reversion trade, there's not like that much meat on the bone. Like, yeah, it's 150 points, but that's edge to edge here. So, I mean, 150 points is a great range to operate with, but given how the market's given us much wider ranges lately, it does kind of suck. Yeah, Larry Pumpkin. Glad to have you. It is a great community. It really is. I think it's because everyone's just honest. I mean, we've got a reverse market maker in the chat. The guy says, he can literally move the market because when he places a stop, price just goes there.
Oh man, Larry, that's awesome. Larry, you should Ninja's gonna have some meetups this year. If you can make it out, that'd be great.
I think Larry said he went to Chicago.
Oh, did he?
I
So
think he went
he's
to
in
the Chicago
he's in the
one.
Midwest.
Do I share my DOM settings anywhere? I mean, not the actual settings, but if you've seen any of my content, you know exactly what it is. Like the
Hey,
settings are in
Nautilus.
the visual. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, when this gets released for NinjaTrader, I'm sure we'll go over it plenty of times. It's just beta testing right
Oh,
now.
something's happening.
There's like weird erratic volatility spikes today. considering there has been no news since like 3 hours ago.
So far, we are consolidating now above 800, which is a change in character versus the earlier action. So we're slowly forming that acceptance here. Now I need to see if we can develop a wedge structure to help me define my entry.
This is funny. Armenian Muscle says, I can't wait to hit the gym today.
Brother, this is an
Armenian
AOL. You
Muscle.
can't just.
It's a very Armenian muscle thing to say. You should say that like every day on stream at least once.
Wait,
It'll be your
in
thing.
what car are you going to the gym? Armenian Muscle.
BMW, man. Sure.
What cologne?
All of them. But if you buy two, give you a great deal. You won't even make money on it. I love when they do that. It's like, no, I'm good. No, you know what? I'll give you two. I don't even make money on this, bro.
I'm sure he has Savage. Dior Savage, bro. It's a gym in Glendale.
There's a lot of Cali folk. Well, Armenian Muscle, I hope you're not taking this personally. It's just jokes.
Yeah, he knows this.
Only LA folks understand, yeah. BMW with 3 different Versace colognes. Yeah, you know he got it on deck. He's always ready. Always ready. Yeah, all right. Well, I think they're gonna move to the profile now. My view is they came out of this range again. They got stuffed up here, came back in, tried to get out one more time, could not do it. Now they're falling back in, and this is likely going to lead to probably the 700s right here. Their last chance to hold is the 800, like what, 813 to 790s right here, because that's where there's a passive bid right now. But if the market chews through that bid, it's telling us some very literal information. There's way too much sell interest in this upper range of the market, and there's not enough bid interest to sustain. So they're going to have to find some, and that's probably going to be the 700s down here. So simple, even price action. Up here, go down, you retest, no new high, lower high, back into this range, and you've got your answer.
Yeah. So I'm going to look to see if we can form a lower low, lower high, and then look to engage short to then look for the lows.
BDW, I'm glad you enjoyed that. Well, if you made money on it, you made money on it. It doesn't have to be 10 minis or anything like that.
Still pretty range bound here. This 15-minute 9MA has to fail for us to trigger that move lower. So let's see if
Yeah, Kentwood. Yeah, we have, different views, but that's just our charts, right? That's why I always say like your strategy doesn't, the actual strategy doesn't matter too much. It's the risk management. You can trade a freaking coin flip. But if one side pays you more than the other, you've got edge. Choppy and slow. Yeah, well, the market made some pretty big choices. It opened the day trying to see if there was any interest lower. They made the choice. You can see this perfect taper. Then they went up to the other side. Is there enough interest to finally build interest in this range? I mean, it's double single print, very little volume. Yesterday's move, very little interest on the bid side. They came up, made another choice. We're still not willing to bid this. So if the market decides, and this is as everyone's seeing it, the market decides we're not willing to sell this range and we're not willing to buy this range, what then is the market likely to do? Stay in this range where they can do business. Because if you want to sell this range, no one's willing to buy it. There's no one to sell to. You got to sell to them within the range. Vice versa, downside. If you want to buy, well, there's no one that's willing to sell here. You got to buy within the range. So now everyone sees it. If you want to do business, you've got to do it within the range. So the market stays within the range. So that it really sucks when the market makes those choices on the edges, and both times it's I don't think so. That's when it's like, all right, they're gonna go test another side, and if they don't get that now, they're probably just going to chop around until someone steps into the market and says, you know what? No, we really do have to offload this, or we do have to buy all this. So we need to push this. My thoughts. I don't know if you're an auction market theorist or an ICT or this, but those are my thoughts. So usually it sucks to see when the market fails to break both sides, when the market fails to drive through either side, because now the information is like, I think we'll just probably chill here then if no one's willing to take the wheel and drive through any of the edges.
Somebody asked a question here. Kent, yes, I was looking for some consolidation acceptance, but we have to remember that if it doesn't complete and it doesn't break out, then there's no confirmation of seeing higher prices, right? The requirement for higher prices for me above resistance is to get that acceptance. We were starting to form it, we failed, so therefore no requirement made for them to see higher prices, right? Now that we are breaking lower, I am interested on the short side because I continue to think that we are starting a higher time frame downtrend. So we can see the lows into maybe today, but as of now, it is a bit choppy. If we can create a healthy lower low, lower high here on a back of 800 now, then I can see if I look to engage here.
Jacob Brooks, good morning. We did a little bit of cooking today. We did, as is tradition on Fridays. Thanks for tuning in. Bayou Trades, good morning. Better late than never. Make sure you guys hit the likes and the subscribe button. There you go. Armenian Muscle got our back. He's our spotter.
Yeah, we're at 588 likes, guys. 1,200 of you. I know we can get in, get a few more.
You guys got to help us with a few more. Jim's going to be pissed.
Let's see if we create a lower high here. If not, then more range bound action. ES is forming a wedge here. Wedging up.
Need more reps on the likes. Yeah.
Is that muscle?
Yeah. Armenian Muscle, what do you bench? Like 260? 265? Actually, you know what? What do you weigh that first? You gotta at least, I know you bench 225 at least. Doesn't even matter what you weigh or how tall you are. Yeah, yeah, at least. If your name is Armenian Muscle, you bench at least 225.
He brought his EOL screen name to 2026.
Oh, Zachary, that's a simple fix. Just hit it one more time.
Yes, the 9MA is now black instead of yellow. J black. I can just see that the high, lower, lower, high better. We're wedging up here. We're consolidating for a move.
Armenian Muscle went quiet. Oh yeah, he hasn't answered yet, huh? It's like, what should I tell him? What should I tell him? 129 and bench 260. No, you gotta be, you're fucking with
He's
us, man.
joking.
Ain't no way. 185, bang out reps at 225. Yeah, sounds about right. Especially at 185, yeah.
Oh, 185. I thought you said
He
125.
no one someone said Jacob said 129 and benched 265 in high school. That's insane.
All right, so this wedge here is starting to mature. Once again, I'm looking to see if we can get a higher low. But we're consolidating for a move here. Maybe happens within our session, maybe after.
Well, if you're not joking, that's quite insane.
Hello,
Good
ladies.
morning. Good
Hi.
morning.
Hello, guys.
Hey, guys.
How are you today?
Good.
How are you
You guys
guys?
taking any trades?
No. Yep. I got in long at 68.45 on yes.
Ooh.
I was up 22 points or so. It took me out at break even.
Oh.
Yeah, it's been really
It is
choppy,
nice.
range bound.
So yeah, my TP was at 80 and at 70, no, 68. Yeah, it took me out here and went to TPs. That's fine. So I'm still bullish. I'm not going to lie. Still would like to see higher. So yeah,
I like that mic. It's like white and
thank
gold.
you. Gold.
It's
Guess
fancy
why?
looking.
She
I
trades
should get
gold.
a fancy one.
Of
Yeah.
course. Of course.
It's like, I made so much money from gold. This is actually a gold mic.
It's only right that I buy this.
Nice one. Nice one. So, guys, I'm still looking higher. I'm not sure about you, but I'm not going to short market today.
Well,
It
you're
hit
the one with the
50%
crystal
of
ball.
weekly week. Oh, yeah. Where's my crystal ball, by the way? It's on my shelf. But yeah, it's trying to help me right now, saying we're going higher. We need to hit 90 area on ES. Yep.
You can subscribe to the channel. Welcome.
Yeah, guys, subscribe if you want to see my crystal ball.
15
Well, yeah,
minute
what is this
candle.
ball? I don't think I've seen it.
Really?
I don't think so.
Did you subscribe? Let me show you. 1 second.
She's like, are you subscribed to the channel?
Yep.
I'm trying to get her to sell it to me.
What's
ball?
the asking
Guys-
price?
It works. We've confirmed it. It works.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Surprise,
That's
surprise.
a legit
It's
crystal
gold.
ball.
Ask it, what will price do today?
It's trying to say right now, it's really helping me right now. We need to bounce like to 68.90 soon on ES over here. Otherwise, market is a scam.
Otherwise,
Okay.
she's going to try for a refund.
Yep.
Salma, what are you looking at?
Dude, not much, honestly. I came in this morning before market opened. I was bullish bias as well. We were here at a fib level that I had both on ES and Q, so I thought, should technically bounce from here, right? And so I tried longs right before the market opened, and as soon as the market did open, we kind of had that crazy, like, it looked like we were gonna push, and then it dropped back down. I got stopped out. We dropped down even more. I tried to long it again, but I was being like a scaredy cat. I got out a little bit too early, made back my loss, and then I said, okay, this market is crazy. I need to just let it settle. And I walked away. I went and I got my coffee, came back maybe 20 minutes ago, and now I'm here.
Yeah.
But
You
yeah,
walked
this
away.
morning
You
was
left the
crazy.
market?
Dude, I did actually.
That
Yeah,
sounds
and
insane.
No, I did. I didn't even look at TradingView once on my way to
Wow.
to Duncan. So yeah.
Well, 15-minute looks really bullish right now.
I don't see anything like setup wise as of right now. I do like the fact that we reclaimed January 2nd lows, that 68.70 level on ES. It's just a matter of, do we stay above it?
I mean, I see long, to be honest, on ES from 65.
What
It wants to
time frame
push
are you on?
out.
3-minute chart.
Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, 3-minute does look good too. Yeah, I see that. Just I don't know. I don't want to put on too much risk today going into a 3-day weekend. We'll see
Yeah, I
though.
mean,
Hi,
yeah.
I don't watch any YouTube channels on trading, so I don't know which ones to suggest on price action.
Dude, there's on price action, there's so many now. So when I started, I mean, yeah, with 2021, even 2022, I would hear price action so much. And I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? Oh, look at the price action. Look at, and I'm like, someone explain to me, but no one really could or would. But now there's a flood of price action videos out there, and they are very good. They're very simplistic. But just a few years ago, price action was like a buzzword. It's like order flow or whatever the fuck else there is that's a buzzword, right? Um, but now there's so much good price action content out there. You can probably YouTube day trading price action and you'll stumble upon really good videos right out the gate, like on the top search results.
Oh yeah, SMB has some merits from there.
SMB, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do a great job. The YouTube University now does a great job of simplifying price action. T-Trade's content is also very good, but
Yep.
I would say it's you should get a basic understanding first because it could
Mm-hmm.
get pretty advanced. But once you do get the basics down and you head over to T's stuff, dude, it's really good.
Yeah, you can
Very
always
matter of
watch
factly,
Ninja.
no
I
fluff.
hear Ninja's channel is good.
AWNTL.
Who?
Who are these people here on Ninja?
AWNTL. Who started that?
Me.
Anyway, it was, of course,
Yeah, it was me in the chat.
AWNTL from the
Always
one who
watching
has
NinjaTrader
never
live.
not looked at the market for more than an hour.
Who's tatted that?
Someone should tat that, honestly. Anyone
That should be
on?
you. You're the OG.
No, I
Yeah.
can't have
Right on your
tattoos.
forehead. Dude, if we get to 2,000 subs, guys, she just texted me.
Hell
Salma
no.
just texted me. She said, if you can get to 2,000 subs, she's going to tat AWNTL on her forehead.
Wait, if who gets 2,000 subs?
The show.
You need
NinjaTrader.
200K?
200,000.
Yeah, 200K subs. You're going to get the AWNTL
Yeah, no,
forehead
we're
tat.
gonna need a lot more subs than that if you guys want AWNTL
205.
tatted across my forehead.
We'll call it 205. We'll negotiate.
Picture Salma with a Mike Tyson face tat. Can you guys imagine? Just show up
I'm
on
sure you
stream.
can AI it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kent, if this wedge confirms, what do I like? I want a little bit more tightness here on the right to show a little bit of the structure that I want, the higher, 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 low, and then possibly then a breakout from that to higher prices. But it is flirting with this wedge breakdown here on the 5-minute. But it might
Do you
go.
want to share your screen? I can actually stop sharing if you want.
I thought no,
Okay.
they can. They have new technology now apparently where they can.
Okay, got it. All right.
Yeah, so I don't. You guys didn't see that then, huh? Yeah, so we can get a little bit more consolidation here to form a better structure. Then the break of this can be a possible thing I'm looking at, but it's still a little bit range bound, so I'm not really interested in it, and I don't know if I'll be looking for it. I already have 2 winning trades, so my morning's pretty much done.
What level are you looking at on NQ?
For targets,
Mm-hmm.
I have these indicator zones that I created. So I'm looking at 960, and then of course that 25,000 key level.
I'm looking at 025 on NQ.
Yeah, 25
It's
would
my
be good.
Yeah, it's my final. I don't expect to see higher than 025 to be honest today. So I would like to see there. But with this consolidation, hard to say if it's going to happen. But yeah, for longs, it's going to be target.
Yeah, I would like to add to my short. I have a short from yesterday. there, and then ES, if it can get to like 6,900, the yearly open, I would look to short there. All right, we have a little bit of a better structure here. We back tested the 9MA. We have a higher high, higher low now, confirming our high, higher low. So we can create a little bit more consolidation. Then there's a possible attempt here at higher prices. If this recent higher low fails on the 2-minute around 833, then we're just going to go back to the bottom of the range.
Have you guys seen the Russell?
No, what is it doing?
It's the only one actually doing something.
Yeah.
It's just trending higher.
What's Dow Jones is green as well. Home builders green. Energy green.
Longs look good on
Materials.
ES, not going to lie.
Yeah, the 3-minute does look good.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna long it?
Yeah. As long as we hold 68, 65, it should be long. To aim for 68, 90, 60, 900. It's going to be my final target for longs.
I put a limit order to see if we get a little bit of a pullback to enter.
Mm-hmm.
Everything green but infotech and comms. Where is Bitcoin? The Bitcoin. Is the metals frenzy over yet? Or is everyone still just like slinging contracts in the metals?
All over the place. I was
Chat, you
long
guys still messing
copper.
around in the metals?
I was long
No.
copper actually, but that trade failed.
Copper, you said?
Yeah.
Options or futures? Because I still have an FCX position on at this point, just holding it. Chris is ignoring me, guys.
No, what? Sorry, you have what position?
I
He's
was
asking-
asking you for your
he
copper.
asked if it was options.
Oh, I thought you were replying
Bro,
to
he
XY.
asked the question and then he just.
No, XY asked the question on metals.
Oh,
I
Oh,
okay,
then
answered.
she
yeah.
asked, if it was it options or like
Oh,
your
you're asking me
trade.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't trade any options anymore. It was just I was trading FCX and AA.
Okay. Never mind then.
What do you have?
I was telling you I had FCX options.
Oh, same. What happened? You this big
I'm
reversal
still
took you out
holding
as
them.
well?
No, I honestly I don't even like open up my port like every single day. I'm not constantly monitoring it, so just leaving it be.
Oh, you've been in this for a while then, huh?
Maybe like 3 weeks, a month, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's long term, so if we recover on metals, then it'll come back.
All right, it's trying here. Let's see if we can push out.
Yeah, last 20 minutes, all the volume is done on this upper end of the range, 850s and higher.
On. Start moving, please.
I don't think it will.
Yeah.
It's Friday. I mean, yeah.
I was thinking, yesterday would be like the boring day, and today would be yesterday. Was expecting today
Yesterday
to
was
move.
So it was a great one.
Yeah. Had a lot of fun yesterday.
Gold today was
Yesterday-
nice, in my opinion. Pretty much tradable.
Oh, yesterday was down.
Yeah, did you see a drop yesterday on gold? It was just wow.
Oh,
I
yeah.
went long. I closed my long and it dropped like 150 points immediately right after this. And I was like, oh my God.
Well, it's making its way back to retest that, huh?
It's just crazy. I went long yesterday here. I closed here and it dropped hard. And I wanted to hold longer. I didn't. But today, nice shorts to New York midnight open. It was just pretty much textbook on gold. For now, we may get another short on gold if it's going to break this level. So basically, I'm looking for the break below this flat candle, weekless candle, call this whatever you like, and move down again to New York midnight open. Nice support here at 49.96. So maybe something like that.
I had too
Another
tight of a
short.
stop, Mr. Market.
ES about to make new high day.
Yep.
NQ still a little bit far away from it.
Yeah, cyclicals are strong. Yeah, this wants to push out. Just
It
if
made
took-
new high day by a tick.
Yep. Yeah. Should go higher. I still believe in it. So it seems like it's SMT divergence right now with NQ, but I
Mhm.
don't trust this.
I
I
think
just
ES can
refuse
drag
to believe
NQ
it's
up
going
to a
to.
new high.
Yeah, guys, it's really hard to believe it's going to drop today. We hit 50% of big. Let me show you what I mean. So we hit 50% of weekly week on both ES and NQ. So normally I consider 50% of big weeks as liquidity level. So technically we swept sell side. So right now it's time to trace back to the range. Here's the weekly chart. It's just ugly, and daily chart is ugly as well. But since we took sell side 50% of weekly week, so we discount, so the trace them back up again to 50% of previous daily range makes lots of sense. So I'm looking for continuation higher. I cannot short this.
Mr. Market, I was saying that my stop was too tight, so it took me out.
Oh, I see.
What were you in?
I bought this little pullback here recently on the 2-minute, but I had super tight stop because I didn't trust it. But here it goes. So now we can push up
Don't
to
you
that
hate when that happens?
960. Yeah, 960 and then 25,000. ES to 68.93, 6,900. Do you take the ES long, Lumi?
Was it with 1 micro? Just to try.
Yeah, ES looks like it's buying it up.
So I'm not going to make a lot.
Yeah, here it is. My stop was just too tight.
I wasn't
lot
long
of interest,
before.
ES.
I
up
wasn't
here.
long before with also small size. It was break even. Enter it again, but already like way higher than was my first entry. And yeah, just one contract. Let's see if it's going to hit 68.90, and that's pretty much it. I'm not going to hold longer. Will be happy with what I have, like small profit on the day.
Nice GC or Caleb. Yeah, it wants higher. ES is moving towards the yearly open.
Gluten, you must be long. I mean, I'd be surprised if NQ doesn't make a high because ES is building some pretty decent volume as it's trading higher. So I'm sure NQ will get dragged up too at some point.
Let me change resolution on my monitor because I cannot even share my NinjaTrader right now. It's a problem to have 49 inches monitors.
The
It's
super
really
wide.
hard. Yeah, it's really hard to share the
Yeah.
screen.
I have that too. You can change the settings.
Can you do it
Yeah, I'm
like by
changing-
window?
Yeah, I'm trying to change resolution right now just to share my NinjaTrader. 1 second. I hope it works. Let me share my screen. Entire screen. This one, share. Once again, I'm just in with one contract.
Yeah,
That's
RTY
why
really pushed up.
you have a good question in the chat.
Hmm.
What does building volume mean? And why is it
Oh, I
important?
see it. Can you visibly? Building volume is interest. So the market's only going to go anywhere where there are people interested in trading. So if the market's moving in a direction and it's building volume, it means, okay, there is a willingness to buy and sell here. To me, the market's one job is to find areas where there are willing participants, both sides. If the market moves one way, it's extending and it finds not enough interest, say you're going upside and you start to see a taper and buy interest, like they're not really willing to buy an upside range, it won't sustain there, right? It'll pull back because the market's now like, well, clearly there are people willing to sell it, but there's no one to sell to. We got to go lower to find buyers that sellers can sell to. So if the market moves up and you're seeing volume also build as it's moving up, it means the market is finding acceptance in higher ranges. And once they exhaust those sellers, like anyone that's willing to sell that range, once that's exhausted and the market's still showing like, hey, we still want to buy the market, it's going to go up. It's going to build more. That's what you want to see. But if you don't really get much volume done, it means that there's not enough interest to sustain this range. It's likely going to revert. Can you see it on candles? No, not literally. But if you get overlapping candles, then yeah, there's volume build. If you're getting candles next to each other, consolidations, yeah, that's an indication of volume build because it's spending time. The only way you can spend time is if there's interest in volume. So in short, that's what it is. So the only issue with ES in this example is it went up and it built, but eventually the volume that it was building, now they're trading under it. They're trading into prior volume. So should you be like, oh no, they failed to build and they're going to move lower and it's just going to go lower? No, because there's a lot of volume everywhere. So if they go back and they test prior volume and it bounces off of it like it's doing now, it means, okay, this range still has way too many buyers and not enough sellers to satisfy it. So the market's going to have to move up again. So that's like higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. It's exactly the same thing. When the market goes back to a range it just came from because there's way too many buyers. If it comes back and it finds the same information, it's going to go back up because now the market knows, I can't buy these prices anymore because no one's willing to sell it. I have to buy higher and I have to buy higher. So if Goldman Sachs gets a call from a client and says, I need 10,000 ES today. Well, if they have to buy higher, they have to, but they have to fill those orders, right? And it's just how the market moves.
All right, I
Moon,
took
I
a
want to do
stab at
that.
shorts. Sorry,
Take a
Chris, I feel
short?
like I keep cutting you off. Yeah.
No. I'm cutting you off. I'm
Yeah,
sorry
that's
for
right. No.
You cut me off?
No,
You think
I'm
you can do
cutting
this to
you
me?
off.
Go
Armenia
ahead.
Muscle says, I'm in New Jersey, unfortunately. What's up with this Jersey hate?
Damn.
I love where I'm from, but I don't love it that much to keep defending it, guys. Why you guys keep putting me in this
A
position?
guy named Armenian Muscle does not live in Glendale or Burbank?
Wait,
That's
yeah, what's
weird.
going on?
Yeah, what?
Maybe like a Jersey Short thing?
Looks like ES is... Damn. Don't do this to me. Go back down.
That's so crazy. Thought he was in Burbank or Glendale this entire time. We're making like LA Armenian jokes.
Maybe he has family there. That's what
Yeah,
it
for
is.
sure. Well, he moved from Burbank. Gotta be. Gotta be.
Still climbing up higher slowly.
Yeah, if ES is going to hit 6889.25, guys, I will ask Amazon to create referral links for this crystal ball.
Moon, I want to try that. I want to do that. How long did it take you to create it?
You guys doing anything fun on Monday or this weekend?
I'm flying to New York.
Nice. Just like,
Yeah.
is it like business trip or just,
I have a plan to go to New York Stock Exchange on Wednesday, but I'm going to be there from Monday to Thursday. So I'm going to enjoy
nice.
my Monday, Thursday, and I'm going to go to New York Stock Exchange on Wednesday. And on
Very
Thursday, I'm going
cool.
to fly home.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Lumi, where's home for you?
Florida.
Oh, okay. Yeah, why would you come to New York now? It's freezing. I hope you have like a really
I know.
big jacket.
Yeah, I bought one. I mean, last time when I was in cold weather was maybe like 10 years ago. So it's time, it's time.
Oh, must be nice.
Yep.
Must be nice. Defined. I can see your short thesis here, Salma, but so counter trend. Yeah, I mean, I don't really love this market here. I just wanted to take a quick stab at shorts just because, like Lumi said earlier, we do have that divergence between NQ ES. Obviously, ES made new highs, NQ has not yet. This is technically an SMT divergence. It can get invalidated very quickly here if NQ decides to push, but I did like this 5-minute candle close, the 11:45 5-minute candle close. So we'll see. If I get stopped out, then I won't take another trade unless something actually screams at me.
Salma, I got a good question for you. How much do
Tell
you
me.
hate 3-day weekends?
No, I love them. Believe
You
it or
love
not.
them, but you can't trade.
Same.
Listen,
I mean,
I
it's perfect for me.
I tweeted this the last time we had a 3-day weekend, which was whatever. What was it for, New Year's Eve or something? I love 3-day weekends. I hate short weeks. Like I hate short weeks in the market because it's just like, low volume, it's slow, it's choppy, whatever. I love 3-day weekends because I can just chill the fuck out. Just do
Is that
nothing.
because you're forced to?
Yeah, because I'm forced to,
The
yeah.
tweet was probably like, wow, I forgot what it looks like outside. This is nice.
It's just nice to like not have to be obligated to be at your desk. Like,
You mean no? Who's got a gun to your head and saying,
well, I mean,
stare at this
I have
chart?
responsibilities. I have members to tend to, and there's things I need to post and things I need to do. So
Mm,
it's just kind of gives me a little
Welcome
break.
to adult life.
Yeah.
things to do.
All right,
They
I'm
never
getting out of
stop.
this short prematurely here. I
Funny
don't.
because I feel the same way. I'm always happy when it's Friday. Like, yes, finally Friday. I can take a break from trading. I know how people, like lots of people on Twitter on Saturday posting, oh, it's Saturday. I'm waiting for Monday to start trading. I'm like, I'm not waiting for Monday to start trading.
Lumi, that's honestly like I joke around a lot about, constantly being on my phone, always checking the charts and stuff. And it's real. I do that. But like people who are complaining about the weekend on Twitter, I can just tell you're newer to trading because once you're in this long enough, you know that the breaks they're very
Exactly.
much needed.
Mm-hmm.
Adulting sucks.
There's
0 stars.
NQ.
Feel same way. Well, guys, buy an Amazon. Go on Amazon looking for crystal ball because you hit my target one. 60.
It's never been wrong.
Blessed.
Chad, I'm telling you, I'm trying to
It's
buy
never
that.
been
Stuff.
wrong. We were about to throw this away a long time ago, but no. Low of the day was predicted by this crystal ball last time. Oh,
Good trade.
Chris, you're in that long too, right?
I had a tight
Let me close
stop
my
that
trade.
I got out
I know why
fast
my
and
TP is here.
I went
Let
back
me
up.
close trade. Because my TP had to be lower. Okay, I'm going to close here because it's my TP there. Use code ball. Yep.
Yeah, volume, guys, anyone looking at volume, it's just building higher on ESN and Q. I mean, if anyone's got like 5-minute footprints with some volume in it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the last 30 minutes is literally just higher volume, higher in the ranges, higher in the market. Look at the profile now. Used to be a low volume spot all through this. They have filled it out entirely. So if you follow interest, you'll be on sides,
I was
unfortunately. But
Yeah.
look, you're never wrong. You're just a little early.
It's the market that's wrong. It's never me.
I
It's
hate it
never
when I
me.
be wrong.
Okay, I may have been early, but I'm not wrong.
I hate when I try to tell the market what it's supposed to do and it's just wrong.
Doesn't listen, bro. It just never listens. I mean, honestly, if we start to reject here and the trade works out, I'm gonna be pissed. I'll be sitting here fuming. I'm joking.
193. It's going for
Well.
that. For ES at least.
I have here previous week mid at 89.50. So, I mean, we're starting to see a little bit of sellers step in. This might be just another day that we grind higher.
All right, well, my time is up.
You're
Oh,
wasting
it
no
is.
time.
I'm ready to do other things.
Take a look outside. Take a look out the window.
Yeah, look
I know
outside
what you got to do. You got to read those books, man.
Yeah, I gotta go read the books
Knowledge.
behind this. That's how
The
you get it,
Lambo.
guys. All right, guys, good sesh. Salma, Lumi, you guys have a good, enjoy your sesh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next while, see you next week.
See you, chat. Make sure you
Chat,
guys hit
take
the
care. Have a
likes,
good weekend.
subs.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And then there was just us two. Hi, Lumi.
Hi. Hi again. How are you today?
Good. I don't think we've streamed together since the competition.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's been 3 months. Sheesh.
Yep. So what do you think about gold? Let me switch on my charts. I'm going to show you what I mean. Gold looks interesting if it's going to break 5,000. Let me show you what I mean. So if gold is going to close below this level, I guess we are going to get another move down. So partial can be around like 5,012, and final TP is going to be New York midnight open again. So I'm not sure about risk reward. Probably it's going to be less than 2R, but partial here, closure, final TP at New York midnight open. If it's going to close below this level here, kind of like it.
Is that like a market structure shift? Or like
But I'm waiting for the closure. Plus it's going to be order block.
but what would that be considered? Break of structure or market structure shift? Or I mean, I know
I would say since we don't have swing low here, it's going to be changing the state of delivery or order block.
Okay, got you. CISD.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn. I've been picking up nuggets from all of you guys, all the people who stream. Everybody has such different like strategies and approaches to their trading.
That's true.
I always ask questions. I'm always like, "Oh, what is this?" I bother XY so much when it comes to like order flow.
I was trying to trade order flow. Maybe it was like 1 year ago, maybe a bit longer. It's not for me. It's really hard.
Yeah, you need to like constantly be looking at
Yeah.
basically, yeah, constantly just be looking at it. You look away for a second and you might miss something that's, really good. Yeah, someone in the chat was asking earlier, like, how does Lumi trade without order flow? She does it, guys. She does it successfully. It's just another tool.
I was trying, guys. I promise. I was trying to use footprint charts. I was trying to use deltas. It's not for me, really. And I still thinking about ICT when I'm trying to learn other stuff. Like I was trying to use bookmap as well, and it was so confusing to me. So I saw,
Yeah.
for example, long setup using ICT concept, but I saw lots of short opportunities using order flow at the same time. Now, just stick to one strategy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good lesson in that too. It's just like everything works. It just all depends
Yeah.
on, who you are as a person, what your personality
Exactly.
is like. Just it all depends. Because if you tell the order flow guys like, oh, try and learn ICT,
Mm-hmm.
it might not click for them and they might struggle to trade that. So
Yep.
yeah, it's all subjective.
Also, I was trying to use stock imbalances. I had a bit like success in this, but still, nope.
Yeah, I try and keep it simple too. Try to keep it minimal with like the indicators. Just keep it simple. Just have like, volume and just a moving average, and then everything else for me is basically just price action, fibs and price action. I tried it all too and settled with ICT. Yeah, I mean, it's just got to find what works for you. And yeah, nothing works without proper risk management. It's good. That's
Exactly.
a good point. You wrote a book, Lumi?
Yeah, I never promote this, but yeah, I have one.
Yeah, everybody in the chat's talking about a book, and I'm like, what are they talking about?
Yeah, I have one, but I never ever promote it.
Gotcha. Hi Salma, what indicators do you use? Honestly, I just use the 9 EMA, which is this pink line. Sometimes I will toggle volume on and off, just depends. And then I like to have key levels as an indicator. You can manually draw these things. You don't necessarily need it as an indicator, and I don't really consider it as one. But I have it just so that, I don't have to manually do it. That's really it.
Yeah, I have book about ICT concept. It has 400 pages about ICT 2022 mentorship. It's first time I ever promote this, by the way, and mention this. But yeah, this book just about 2022 mentorship from the very beginning until like advanced. So it's big book.
That's thick. That's a big book.
Yeah. I wrote this 3 years ago, I guess.
Is there like pictures in it too, or is it just all?
Yes. Let
Oh,
me show you
okay.
something. Yes, I have 1 second.
Shab cap.
I have a lot. 1 second. I will try to find you something to show you something. It's not here.
If it's got a lot of pictures in
Important to
it,
show you.
if
Yeah,
it's got
lots
a lot of
but I
pictures in
would
it,
like to
then it
show you
makes
something.
sense why it's a big book. But if it's just that's all words and stuff, yeah, that's huge.
Cannot find it. Would like to show you something. I have lots of copies at home. Where is this book?
Guys, she's just gonna start giving them out.
Yeah, ICT signed this book for me.
You should what's it called? You should do you should sign them and then you should give them out, do giveaways.
Let's try to find. Yeah, I can do giveaway. Oh my god. I can do giveaway of this book. 1 second, I would like to show you some. Oh yeah, I found it. See this? See this? Michael signed for me. It's a real ICT signature.
There you go.
Yep. I was trying to find this book because I have a lot of them. I can do giveaway of them. See this? I have a lot.
Guys, she says if you thumb up the stream and then we get 1,000 likes, she'll do a couple
Actually,
giveaways.
Yep, I can. How many likes we have? Let's do more.
We have 675 likes, but we have 1,000 people watching. I bet you out of the 1,000 watching, they haven't liked it, so we can definitely hit 1K.
Yeah, let's do 1,000 likes. I will do giveaway.
Jay, I never said that I want to read a book, so no, don't put those words in my mouth. So Lumi, real quick, I'm gonna give you a little background story real quick.
Okay.
One time, me and Leo were streaming together. I don't know how we got on the topic of it, but he's telling me about his favorite book, and he's like, if I buy you the book, will you read it? So I said, yeah. I mean, I didn't think he was serious. I thought he was just joking. He actually ended up sending me money to buy this book. And he did it while I was on stream. So it put me on the spot a little bit, and I ended up buying the book. I have it. I started reading it, and so the chat is always making fun of me about books. So that's why someone said all of a sudden Salma wants to read, because it's just been sitting here for a couple weeks now. But guys, I promise I picked it back up. I'll start reading it. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, I need to start reading as well, guys. I hate it. I really hate it. It's really hard to find the book I'm going to like. And I even bought I bought this book. It's Kindle, and I was like, it's pink one. I mean, I'm going to enjoy to hold this because I like pink and purple colors, and I'm going to just enjoy reading this book. And honestly, I cannot force myself to read. I don't know why. I don't know why it's too boring for me. I would try to listen or to watch something. But yeah, I try to force myself to read. I hate it. It's really hard for me.
It has to be something that you're interested in. And I'll be honest, like
Exactly.
the book that he
Exactly.
recommended is a very easy read. Like it's there's no big words or anything like that. It's just a
Yeah.
story about his life, and it's interesting. I won't discredit that. It's just like I just need to find the time to actually sit and do it. But yeah, I hear you. If it's not something that you are interested in reading about it, then it is a little bit tough.
Yeah, I started lots of book and like I read in 100 pages. I understand like I cannot read this. I just force myself to read this and I just hate it. And I didn't want to do like what I hate. So it's
Yeah, life is too short to be doing anything you hate.
yeah, exactly.
But I did hear that the audiobook for this book is good. So if anyone wants to check it out, Stowe told me that it was a really good audiobook. But guys, we are being serious though. She will do giveaways of the book
Yeah.
at 1,000 likes.
Yeah, let's hit 1,000 likes. I will do giveaway of several copies, guys.
Guys, I don't want to beg for the likes, but please, what are we doing?
Come on. Come on.
Mission Control, that is so messed up. That is
Don't be
that is
shy,
messed
guys.
up.
Hit the like. Don't be shy.
They clipped me. It's messed up. Anyway, on ES, I'm not really seeing, again, I don't see anything too interesting. I did take the stab at shorts, got stopped out. I don't see really. I mean, again, I came into today being very bullish bias. Just didn't love that first like 15-minute action, and so I stepped away. And I still like, we haven't really done anything. It's 12 o'clock. I don't see any setups. We're, like I said before, we're at previous week mid. We're seeing sellers step in and we're stalling here at the highs. So we'll see what happens. If I do take something, it will have to be off of the 15 or the 30-minute. I'm not doing anything on the 5 again. Just don't want to keep getting faked out. We'll see though. I do like that NQ broke above 850 and we're staying above it for now. Okay, chat is saying a lot of stuff. Market has to do something. I mean, market doesn't necessarily have to do anything. It's a Friday ahead of a 3-day weekend. We had CPI. Didn't really do much for us. It's not the worst idea, guys, to just chill out. Take it easy.
Maybe we still want to short gold, not yet. We're waiting for the closure first. I don't know if you noticed, but on Friday, if you are not on trade before like 10:30, 11 a.m., normally right after this is just chasing the price. So I just noticed when I'm trying to trade after 11, I always, keyword, always take loss.
That's
So, yeah,
Eastern
if you
time,
didn't-
right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I'm usually I know like for ICT it's big to like keep eyes on like, specific times and algo times and the day of the week and stuff like that. And typically I don't really take into account the time or day. But yeah, like right now there's really nothing going on. If you really feel the need to get into a trade, you're probably going to be sitting in that trade for, until the end of the day probably. Unless some kind of news comes out or something that gets us moving again, but this just seems very slow. And sometimes it is what it is. That's what the market gives you. Everybody wants to know about gold.
Yeah, you know what I noticed as well? If indices are inside consolidation, gold always offers textbook setup. If gold inside consolidation, indices just offering textbook setups, amazing trend, nice volatility. So right now, probably we inside good trend on ES. So I still would like to see slightly higher. My high of the day on NQ is at this key area. So basically area between previous monthly low, which is right now resistance, and potential daily immediate rebalance. So what do I mean by this? So as you can see, it's about to create fair value gap. So ideally, we want to see like market always trying to balance imbalances, right? So we want to see immediate rebalance, so we don't want to see fair value gap here. Since we're inside consolidation, if it's going to balance this potential fair value gap today, we can go higher next week because we don't have any stops here anymore. So just going to go higher. So that's why I'm watching now, today. It's important. Today, move towards this area, key area. And on a yes, it's going to be here. Area between same potential daily immediate rebalance and equilibrium of previous daily range. So we're going higher. That's why I was long on stream, on my morning stream, and people ask me why you long. It's going lower, and I was like, I don't care because shorts makes 0 sense. Negative. It just needs to go higher. We completely balanced for our fair value gap on NQ. What's the point to drop? No, we don't have it. It just needs to retrace again, especially after a huge move down yesterday. Nice drop, nice trend. Price tends to retrace to 50% of previous daily range today, next day. That's why I would like to see higher. And it's not coincident, I guess, equilibrium of previous daily range on NQ right at this potential daily mid rebalance at 0.58. So I believe we're going there. Even if it's going to retrace, I would like to see higher. Let's see if we continue pushing.
Yeah, ES looks like it wants that yearly open. 6901, 6902. Lumi, how do you get that the like watermark at the top of your screen to say Lumi traders?
I use this indicator. I'm not sure. Let me send this in
Oh, it's an
Zoom.
indicator.
Yeah, I'm going to send you Zoom link.
Ooh. Yeah, I see it all the time. People post like when they're
Yeah.
posting their screenshots and stuff, it'll say like their name, and I'm like, how do they do that?
Here's the link. I sent in Zoom.
All right, cool. Check it out. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Probably I'll use it to write like a reminder to myself.
Doo-doo-doo. What do you recommend for copy trading software? Depends which platform do you use. If you use NinjaTrader, I personally went with Replicanta. I'm with Replicanta for almost 3 years, 0 issue. So Replicanta, way to go. I paid, I believe it was around like $150 for a lifetime subscription, but it was 2-3 years ago. I'm not sure how much it is right now, but I believe pretty much same price.
I think Tanya uses that one too.
Yeah, nice one, nice one. 0 issue. Let me send in the chat. I have video about this on my YouTube channel. I shared my settings, how my layout, NinjaTrader layout, and my settings for Replicanta. Let me ask NinjaTrader team to send this link in the chat because I'm not sure if I can post links. So complete guide how to use NinjaTrader for prop firm traders. It's here. I shared layout. I shared settings for copier. I sent link in the Zoom. I hope they're going to post this in the chat right now. You always have issue with Replicanta with Epics. What kind of issue do you have? Hello, me, you are here. Yes, Peter, I'm here. So here's a link for indicator if you want to have watermark. So basically your name and time frame with date here. And second link is just NinjaTrader guide. How to set up your layout if you trade in prop firm accounts, how to copy these accounts, how to connect these accounts to your NinjaTrader account, and so on. It's a super long video, but highly recommend to watch. Accounts auto sync. So that's strange because I copied 20 Apex accounts for almost 3 years. I was blowing, of course, accounts, but I never ever had issue with trade away 20 Apex accounts. I mean, I used to have issue when it was problem with servers, but it was like 2 years ago, long time ago. So I never ever had issue to copy 20 accounts. And now I have 20 funded accounts, Apex accounts, and I have zero issue. So, and I use TradeAway connection. I'm not from Russia, I'm from Belarus, but yeah, I speak Russian with my kids, with my family.
So crazy. Everybody on the Ninja panel, I imagine to be much younger than they actually are. And then you guys talk about like kids or I'm just like always I'm so shocked all the time. I'm like, wait, you guys have kids? And then they're like, oh, my kids are in high school. Your kids are in high school? How old are your kids, Lumi?
5 and 6.
Okay, yours are not in high school, but I would have never imagined that you had 5 and 6-year-old kids.
Yeah. Lots of people keep saying I look like I'm 18. I mean, I
You do look
appreciate this.
young. You do look
Yeah,
young.
I appreciate this, but yeah, I'm almost 30.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came in here thinking everybody was like in their maybe late 20s, early 30s. And for the most part, everyone's got, wives, kids, husbands. I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah. I'm married for almost 10 years. Also sounds crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. You guys all could have fooled me, I swear. Do you trade on the holidays? Like, will you be trading Monday or Sunday?
Oh, no, no,
Wait,
no.
Sunday we're open or no?
Yes, I guess we're going to open and let me check. I believe.
Yeah, Sunday we open regular time till like 1 on Monday or something.
Yeah, we're going to open at 6 p.m. and market is going to close at 1 p.m. on Monday.
Yeah. And then we open back up at 6 again on Monday.
Lumi, if you are taking your kids to New York, I'm not gonna take them.
They're staying in Florida.
Yeah, I asked my husband if he wants to go with me and my kids. He said it's too cold for us. We're going to stay at home. I was like, okay, not
Freedom.
going to argue about this. You want to stay at home? Perfect.
Freedom. All right, we're back at the 9 EMA and the 5-minute on ES, and it looks like buyers are just buying it right back up. I feel like unless you've been long since like 10 a.m., I don't see really an entry on longs. I guess I could have, whatever, re-entered here at 85. Just
I didn't
the
see any
risk
as
to
well.
reward is not, it's not appealing to me here. And I've been really working hard on my, just being patient and not taking a trade for the sake of taking a trade.
What kind of closure on gold I want to see? A closure on 3 or 5-minute chart below this level. And at this point, should be valid short.
So are you actively watching gold or do you just like set an alert?
I said alerts. I mean, I have 4 screens. I have high time frame charts on my another screen as well as some low time frame charts. So I can see sometimes I jump on long when my ES chart is on screen and people asking how you did this so fast. I just see setups on another screen.
She's always watching, guys.
Yep.
She's always watching.
No, I wouldn't hold swing gold swing during weekend. Probably no, but I don't mind to see lower soon. No, maybe not today, it's Friday, but maybe next week, beginning of next week, I would like to see some retracement down back to 49.90, 49.80 area, but not sure if it's going to happen today. Yes, above 6,900. Yeah, final TP or final, since I'm not in long anymore, my final levels that I would like to see is going to be this key area on ES. So area between 69.16 and 69.31. I want to see there. Do you guys trade Forex? I trade Euro futures, British pound futures, Japanese yen, Australian dollar futures. We have futures options to trade this. So yeah, not really Forex, but kind of Forex.
Yeah, I don't trade Forex.
$100K is a good amount. It's a lot. You can trade with less.
100K is a lot.
Yeah, that's just really a lot.
That's a lot.
You don't need that amount with trader weight.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything. I mean, we were still on stream for another 45 minutes or so, or I'm sorry, whatever, 35 minutes. There's just nothing for me here. Just don't see it. Again, like I said before, I could have taken the retest of the 9 EMA here at around like 85, but the risk to reward is, it's not that appealing to me. Just I'd rather really sit out than be in this like really slow grind, and I'd rather wait for something to show up on like the 15 or the 30 that I can just take for shorts. So if I end up taking something today, it will likely be shorts. Yeah, Mr. Market, I'm done. I think I'm done trading too. I'm not gonna try and force anything. I put out a tweet. I said, it's a 3-day weekend. Is it really worth it to force a trade? And I tweeted this earlier today when there was like that really crazy open. Is it really worth it to kind of like ruin your day within 20 minutes of the market being open ahead of a 3-day weekend? To me, it's not. I can just sit and wait.
So I don't trade SPY. I don't trade options, SPY options, but I do trade sometimes SPX. So on SPX, I'm not sure, guys, if you trade this, but on SPX, I'm watching move still higher, slightly higher. My key level on SPX is going to be 68.83, 68.90 area. So on SPX, even if it's going to retrace now, again, we will go higher. So considering equilibrium of previous daily range, I'm not going to count this one, but I'm going to count yesterday range. So top of the day can be near 6,900 on SPX. Will you be next Friday here? Yes, I will. I will be on NinjaTrader Live at same time. Yeah, I guess same time.
Don't forget, guys, every Friday the streams are now pushed an hour longer, so they don't end at 12, they end at 1. Just on Fridays, yeah, just on Fridays. And if we do get 1,000 likes on the stream, Lumi will be giving out some of those books of hers. We're very close to 1,000 likes. I think you guys can do it.
You
We have
just joined,
800.
guys. I'm going to do giveaway of this book. It's a book about ICT concept, 2022 mentorship. So it has 400 pages.
That's a lot. That's insane.
Yep. So lots of pictures, everything explains there. I'm going to do giveaway 3 copies, I guess. I can do this. So hit the like, don't be shy, guys. 1,000 likes and we will do giveaway.
Woohoo!
You know what? I'm gonna go like it from my other YouTube accounts. If you have like a bunch of Gmails, Gmail automatically generates a YouTube account for you. All you
I
gotta
didn't
do
know about
is
this.
yeah, all you have to do is just log in with your Gmail, and then poof, all
Oh,
of a
I
sudden
see.
you have a YouTube account. So, Savage Trading, you just need to like the stream. If we get 1,000 likes, then the information on the giveaway will then be given out. Jude, if you just refresh your YouTube, it will update the likes. We're currently at 784. We are very, very close to 1,000. And I think we can do it. We have more than enough people watching. Okay, I just liked it up. Salma burner accounts. No, I promise this is not burner accounts. It's just they're made for me. They're automatically made for me. That's cheating. Guys, I'm trying to help you out. I'm not in this giveaway. You guys are in this giveaway. There we go. All right, I'm done.
I liked as well.
As soon as like our stream ends, usually I'm for trade the close. So like once the stream ends, the next stream is automatically put up.
Mm-hmm.
And I just go in and I like it automatically and then I don't have to worry
Mm-hmm.
about it.
Mm-hmm.
See, the Russell's approaching the weekly open. See if we start to see some sellers step in there around 76. We're currently at 72. Russell has been leading basically all week, so I think if we're gonna see some type of rejection in ES or NQ, it's gotta come from the Russell. Or I would like to at least see the Russell be on the same page.
Did you
Yeah.
Tradify is about to launch crypto prop firm, so I'm going to trade crypto soon.
How is that gonna work? Do you have any idea on
They
that?
just launched this. They just launched this. I'm going to check this out after stream. But yeah, I'm gonna buy one step account to trade. Because lots of people keep asking, like, let's trade crypto. And I was like, good idea. And right now we have crypto prop firm, Tradify. So I'm gonna try them on Monday. Not on Monday, on Friday. Because I'm not going to trade next week.
Nice. Yeah, I don't really mess with crypto. I don't know too much about crypto. Are they the first to do anything like that in the props firm space?
I think so.
That's cool though. It's nice to see like the prop firm space just growing.
Yeah. Come on, yes. Unfortunately, I'm not in long anymore, but looks good to continue going
You're
higher.
like, but I still want to see it go up.
I'm on my mental long. I'm still holding my mental runner
That's funny.
towards 6902. Oh yeah, Patrick Wieland has one. It calls Warbucks. Exactly. I forgot about this. My bad.
Hi Lee Trades. Hello. Typically, I don't usually have a problem with trend days, but it's these kinds of days where it's just like so slow that it just doesn't interest me. I know someone in the chat was talking about how like they get tripped up on trend days. I feel like those true trend days where, we're like holding the 9 EMA on the 5 minute, for example, this is ugly. We have had closes below the 9 EMA. It's looked really, really sketchy for basically a big portion of the morning. It wasn't really a clear read. But then once, me and Lumi got on stream, that's really when it started to just trend higher. But we haven't really moved much. I mean, actually, that's not true. We've moved 30 points on ES. Wow. Doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, I got like 25 points on long.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I didn't realize how much we moved up, but I guess it's because it's so slow that
Yeah.
it didn't seem like it. Wow. Didn't realize that. 25 points is good though. That's awesome.
Yeah. Last week I got 55 points. Also good now. I guess it was my biggest run on ES.
Oh, wow. Good for you. Was that runners or were you holding like full position?
Not full position, just runners.
Runners. It's still good. It's really good.
Thank you.
You trade with 32 accounts?
34 fund
Holy
accounts.
moly.
Yeah.
Across how many firms?
Well, Epix, Tradify, Lucid, Take Profit Trader, Funded Next. Also has some evals, not going to count them. Evals with Alpha Futures, Trade Day, and Funded Futures Network. But I didn't get any payout, so cannot say anything about them yet.
Wow. That's a lot. That's insane. So do you like trade all 32 or 34 at the same time, or do you kind of like group them up
No.
into?
I group them. So I trade Take Profit Trader with Apex together, and I trade Lucid and Tradify together.
Wow. So how many accounts is that in like one group?
25 and 10.
Sheesh. Yeah, that's crazy. That's really crazy. It's a lot.
No, I took this loan on my Tradify straight to funded accounts and 5 Lucid Black accounts.
Oh, how do you like the black? I haven't given them a shot yet.
So, after not perfect experience with silver, so I'm just trading black evaluation accounts right now. I'm close to pass them, not close, okay, halfway to pass these Lucid accounts, 100K accounts. Didn't get any payouts with black. I cannot say something, but Lucid Flex, nice one. But I try black to pass them. Let's see how it goes.
I like their pro and I like their black. I'm sorry, not their black, their flex. I haven't
Flex
given
one
black
is
a
cool.
chance yet.
Amazing one.
What was I gonna ask you? Crap, it just went out of my head. Damn. Oh, you only do 100K, right? You don't do less than that.
No, I have Flex still, Lucid Flex, which is funded 150K, but it's not good there right now because I took some hits trading silver. It's nice, it's still alive, but kind of like trying to pass evals Lucid Black just in case I'm going to blow this Flex. And I have 100K black,
Think positive.
150K. Yeah, flex. Didn't blow them, so still can try to recover them. And with Tradify, I have 150K Lightning funded.
You don't, but yeah. So I guess what I was asking is you don't ever do like 25K or 50K accounts. You're always in the.
I do 50K, but with Apex and Take Profit Trader because it's easier to get payout.
Gotcha. Okay, so it just depends on the firm and the rules, I guess.
Yeah. Where we have trading intraday trading drawdown, I do 50K accounts. When we have end of the day, I do always 150K.
Yeah, that was like one thing I hated about Apex is their trailing. Their trailing was always what like drove me away.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. I didn't trade big size. I never had issue with intraday trading drawdown, but yeah, still you think about this when you trade like if it's going to back to break even, it's going to like remove your drawdown a little bit, and I hate it. But yeah, honestly, never ever like I blew accounts because of intraday trading drawdown because I trade really small size on 50K accounts.
Yeah, what's small on ES for you?
5 micros.
Okay, yeah, I usually like to stick to 5 as well, 5 and less.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, Apex was like my first prop firm that I ever got into, probably like I don't know, 2 years ago. Someone like had just like loosely mentioned futures, and they're like, "Oh, Apex $17 accounts, 90% off, blah blah blah." And I was like, "Oh, what's that?" And so that was like how I kind of just dabbled into futures. Never really got too far with those accounts. And then I never went back to them. I tried it a couple times, and I was never really doing futures like consistently. I would just try. I'd go buy an account. The account would get liquidated. I'd take a break. I'd come back. I'd try again, and it was just like never, And it wasn't until like last year that I actually started to just focus on futures. But yeah, probably will never go back to Apex, unfortunately. I do have an Apex hoodie though. I have a hoodie from them.
Me too.
Their hoodies it's really comfortable actually. It's probably my favorite hoodie. Smart Trade Paolo, you should try a prop account. I don't think you really lose much, and
Yeah, like there's no like actual risk trading prop firm accounts because you
Yeah.
pay and just evaluation fee. Depends on prop firm, it's less than $100. Most prop firm does not have activation fee, so all you pay is $100. All you're
Yeah.
going to lose in case you're going to blow account, $100.
Which, like, if you were trading on your own, if you're doing options or whatever, you know,
Mm-hmm.
$100 goes really, really fast. So to have the opportunity to, you know, make something out of that and potentially get a payout, the risk to reward is awesome. Like, it's good. You should definitely try it. And it's a great way to learn too. It really is. If it wasn't for the prop firm industry, I probably would have never started trading futures.
So do you have any recommendation for copy trader? Depends which platform you use for execution. So if you have Mac, you don't have, for example, Windows, you don't use Windows, you prefer Mac. So I would go with Trade Sinker probably, but I personally use I don't use Mac for trading. I use Windows only. I even got laptop, like Samsung laptop to trade NinjaTrader. So I use Replicanta. I like it, no issue. So they recommend to copy up to 20 accounts, but you can connect as many as you want. But you can connect as many as you want trader weight accounts, but you can only have one rhythmic connection, which is important to know. So right now I have only trader weight accounts and I can connect as many as I want. But they recommend for best fields, for best like executions and like target profit stop loss, if you want to have same field, they recommend to copy up to 20 accounts. But I was copying 24 accounts at the same time last week. I got pretty much similar feel. So I didn't have issue to copy more than 20 accounts. But once again, depends what you use for executions. TraderWeight, NinjaTrader, Windows, Mac. So TradeSync also nice one, nice option.
I use that one. It takes a little bit of getting used to. I just started with it like a month ago or something like that. And at first I was like, why is this not copying? And what is up with this? And everything that wasn't working was a lack of mistakes on my end. It was not the platform. It was always me not having something toggled on or me not reconnecting my accounts or something like that. So always just, you know, when you first start with these copy traders, guys, learn the platform, learn how to use it. And if you're going to take a trade to see if it does actually copy, maybe go in with one micro so that if something goes wrong, you're not taking a huge loss.
Yeah. It's hard at the beginning. Lots of videos on YouTube how to use this. So just watch first. Try to with one micro. Just try with one micro first to see how it goes. If you see any mistakes, try to fix them. Then try again with one micro. Should be okay, guys. It takes time to get used to it, right?
I'm short 68.95 River Rock. Why? Why are you short 68.95? For what reason? Like, what are you seeing? What time frame? What is the setup? Because I still don't see shorts just yet.
I cannot short this. I mean, obviously, but maybe you see something. Of course, execute what you see. Trust your strategy.
100%.
Personally, for me, it just slow grind up. And so far, we didn't hit any important level too short, just for me personally. So I would just wait for higher time frame level, which is going to be on ES around like between 69.02, 69.16. So I believe we're going there. On NQ, I'm going to repeat this again, to area between 0.25, 0.58. So we should hit this area, which makes million sense. I can anticipate retracement right now, which is perfectly fine. I cannot see reversal at all yet.
Yeah, this is reminding me of last Friday, where we just continued grinding higher. And every time I thought I saw a setup on shorts, it got invalidated. And it was a really frustrating Friday for me. I ended up having a really long conversation with Pax about it. And that's why today, you know, I tuned into the Capital Preservation Friday segment earlier. There's nothing that I can do today that will ruin my day for me. I won't allow it. So that's why I'm not getting into shorts. I don't see a setup. There's no reason to be short.
Yep.
And
so, you know, guys,
go ahead. No, go
ahead.
Go,
okay,
go,
you know,
good.
guys, when we have a bullish or bearish trend, I always try to say don't trust 1 minute pullbacks, because when we have trend, all you want to wait for is signs of reversal, which must be confirmed by at least market structure shift, change in the state of delivery on 3 or 5 minute chart. Trusting 1 minute pullback here, no, we don't even have it. Probably not smart. So we're still creating failure swing. See this? We need to break at least first failure swing to get break of structure, market structure, shift calls, whatever you like. And at this point, yeah, we can start talking about reversals or at least retracements. So far, as you can see, failure swing, we cannot even break it yet. So I would try to wait for the break below first failure swing. And yes, maybe we'll retrace right after this. But chasing the price, picking the top right now, probably just chasing the price, nothing else.
Yeah, Charlie
what's Sandra?
Cade, he wants to know what prop firm doesn't have trailing drawdown. There's a lot, actually. You have My Funded Futures, you have Lucid, Lumi, I believe Tradeify doesn't have trailing. Does Funded
That's fine.
Next? There's a bunch of them,
Funded
guys.
next, no. Funded next, end of the day drawdown as well.
Yeah, I think like the only two that are intraday are probably Take Profit and Apex. Everything else is for the most part end of the day.
So guys, I'm going to ask NinjaTrader to post link again. If you interested in my NinjaTrader layout, how I copy my trades, I have video about this on my YouTube channel. I asked NinjaTrader to post link in the chat now. So I showed my layout, how I connect my accounts, how I copy across several prop firms. So they're going to post link for you guys. You can watch this. Here's the link. Yeah, for Take Profit Trader, we have intraday trading drawdown for pro accounts. Once you live, it's going to be end of the day again. And it's end of the day on evaluation account as well. It's only intraday trading drawdown on your SIM funded.
Trying to see what we do here. I like it. This is the same area that we came to yesterday towards end of the day. This is the midpoint on the year so far. This is where we rejected off of yesterday. If you guys were on stream and you watched me, I was long into that, exited, and then we had that sell-off into end of the day. So let's see if sellers can do it again. If something starts to set up for shorts, I'll definitely take it, but still sitting tight here. Do either of you trade RTY or YM? I mean, I've dabbled into the Russell, but I wouldn't say I do it consistently, so not really. The Russell did, by the way, get to its weekly open and reject. Still watching that. Yeah, I have a 15-minute chart open. If you guys are seeing, I know it's it's a split screen that you guys are watching right now, but you can see the time frame that I'm on. Right there, it says it. On a day like today, I don't want to really be on the 5-minute. I want to be on 15 or 30 so that I don't get faked out. Just better to be on higher time frame when you're trying to exercise patience.
Long on gold wallet. So I wouldn't long gold now. So if it's going to break this level here, it can be nice pull back to New York midnight open. Let me delete for now since it's not valid trade yet. It will be nice short again to New York midnight open. I would try to long, start looking for longs above 5,060. So once you balance this hourly fair value gap and it fails to offer the action, I would try to look for longs over here. Something like this. But for now, I don't want to touch longs. We're still inside bearish height of impede ray. So if it's going to break this level, we can scalp short. It offered 2 opportunities like that already. So let's see if it's going to be short one. Valentine Day plan. So daycare, it's going to be today. Daycare offered option for families to leave kids from 6 to 9 p.m. You're going to pay for this extra from 6 to 9 p.m. at daycare, and you can go on date. So we're going to go on date today. Me and my husband, and kids is going to stay there until like 8 p.m. I believe, because they usually go to bed at 8. So yeah, that's our plan. Tomorrow is, I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow, but we're going to be with kids, probably nothing. But my husband already like gifted me some nice gifts, but I didn't give anything yet. And I felt so bad about this because he brought this morning. I was like, let me check what's the day today? Well, because I was scared. What is going on?
It's kind of cool though that the daycare offers something like that. Smart on their end.
Yeah. So you basically paying like $75 extra for 2 kids, and they're going to watch them from 6 to 9, which was like, why are you asking me? Of course, of course.
That's not that bad. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to steakhouse. Maybe it's a nice idea. Maybe we will go to there too as well. So we will see. Guys, what is your plans for tomorrow?
Oh God. Lumi, someone's asking, any prop firm that doesn't trill your stop to 100 after your first payout? I don't think any of them.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
not
I got
sure.
it.
I'm not sure I understand that.
I'm not
'Cause
sure too, but you're saying, so basically what it's, you talking about buffer, right? So once you passed your evaluation, you need to build a buffer. So basically your drawdown plus $100. Did I get this right? And everything above this you can take payout.
yeah, but like you only lose the account, guys, if your account balance goes back to 0. It's the same
Yeah.
thing as a real account. So like, let's say you have 10 grand as your balance. If you lose 10K, that's when you lose the account. I think that might be what they're, I don't know. I don't know what they're asking really.
I hope he's going to rephrase this because I don't
Yeah.
really understand question as well.
Fractal Firm says tomorrow is my dog's birthday, not letting a woman get in the way of that. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah. So listen. So once you build the buffer, let's say 50K account. So once you pass your account, you need to build the buffer on most prop firms, which means you need to make your drawdown plus $100. And at this point, your drawdown is going to stop at this, right? So $52,600. It's going to stop there, right? So everything above you can take payout, but you cannot go lower than this. So for example, let me write for you. So maybe I just explain this bad. 50K account, funded. Let me write for you because I explained this bad. Seriously bad. Let me explain different way. So buffer equals draw down plus $100.
Okay, so it'd be
Your
2100, guys.
drawdown stops at, that's it. So as you cannot go lower than this balance. If your drawdown is, depends, once again, whatever, it's 2,200, 2,500, whatever. So your drawdown is going to stop here once you above your drawdown plus $100. So you cannot go lower than this balance at any means. So after payout, you cannot go lower than this balance. That was your question?
I think most prop firms, for the most part, offer that. I think. I don't know. It doesn't. It's not an issue. I don't think I've ever even thought about it. I don't
It's how
even
it
know
works.
what Lucid Flex, like, what the requirement is. Because by the end of your fifth day, your balance is high enough for you to withdraw and it still be okay.
Hello, Lumi. Hello,
Hello.
Salma.
What's up, Jimmy?
How are you today?
Great job today. I was here the whole time listening.
Thank
Nice.
you.
And I'm comforted to know that I'm not the only one that goes to bed at like 8 o'clock at night. So, Lumi, thank you for sharing that.
Yep.
How do you guys not have FOMO? Because I feel like I'm gonna miss out on something.
At 8 o'clock at night?
Yeah, I mean, usually I'm home and I'm not really doing much, but like, I don't know.
I
I don't
don't even
get
open charts.
no.
Yeah, so I'll go to bed, but I'll read in bed. So, as a matter of fact, I just started reading for the second time Jared Tendler's book, The Mental Game of Trading.
Oh, nice.
It's a fantastic read. I recommend it for everybody. It is there's life lessons in this thing. It's not just I mean it's about trading for sure, but it also applies to a lot of stuff. So I'm reading it again, and I'm glad I'm reading it again. So I recommend it. Jared Tendler, folks, awesome book. Anyway, so what's the game plan?
Real.
What's the game plan this afternoon, ladies? Are you guys gonna keep looking for trades or wrap
Oh
it up?
no.
I
Done.
think I think
Lumi's
depending on
done.
how this 30-minute candle looks like in the next 5 minutes, if it looks anything like this, closing below previous week mid and it's a red candle, I might take a stab at shorts.
Okay,
Just
I
putting
like
that
it.
out there.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
Um, Very, very cool. Now remember, everybody, Monday is kind of a weird, it's not a weird holiday, it's a real holiday here in the US. It's called President's Day, and the banks and most of the institutions are going to be closed. The futures market is open for half the morning, for and the asset classes all kind of end at different times. So look it up on the CME Group website or on NinjaTrader's website. But it's one of those days where it's okay not to trade. So I don't like to say that often because I love to trade, but it's okay to take Monday off. So we're not broadcasting
Yep.
Monday, and then the Sunday night show is not happening. What's happening instead is a Monday night week ahead. So Craig Shapiro and company are going to be doing that at 5:45 p.m. on Monday night, which is good. There's no more football, right? So it's kind of like Monday Night Football with Craig. The other announcement, which is kind of super cool, and for those of you who were here earlier, you know it. On Wednesday at 1 p.m., it's right, early start, 1 p.m. East Coast time. Larry Williams is going to come on the show.
Ooh.
And I get to spend an hour with Larry, interviewing him, and he's going to talk markets and all the stuff he does. So if you haven't seen Larry before, even if you have, you definitely, it's a must-see TV. That's all I'm going to say. So it's going to be very, very spectacular. I'm looking forward to that.
I'll be there.
Wow. Yeah, I
Awesome.
like it.
So, all right, ladies. Well, you guys have a great weekend. Thank you for being on the stream Friday, Ninja Trader Live. Appreciate you. We're awesome. Of course, let's give these ladies a round of applause right now. All right, guys. I am going to do an edge report here, and we're going to end the stream for today. In the meantime, you guys have great weekends.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. You too.
Bye, chat.
Bye, guys.
All right. I might be sharing a screen in a second, or I might not. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, there you go. Gosh, dang it. We have a new system over here, guys, and I'm always doing it wrong. All right. All right, I think I got it right. All right, this is really it. I mean, remember, it's a holiday on Monday. What does that mean for the rest of the afternoon? Well, it probably means folks are taking a long long weekend, 4-day weekend. And when I say folks, I mean probably the institutional folks and probably the bankers and probably the folks that are making decisions on bigger positions. So with that in mind, and I'll show you on an intraday chart what it looks like. But my guess is we're going to get a little bit less volume and possibility of some profit taking. Folks might not want to go into the weekend, especially a long weekend, with positions on. So they might be liquidating. They might be getting out. So what happened this week? This is just a volume profile for this week on a daily candle. And you see a double distribution, right? We got a lot of volume up here at the top and then a lot of volume down here at the bottom and like wasteland in between, like not a lot of stuff here in between from a volume point of view. And that coincides with this kind of outside fib here that I have posted. It's about a 50% retracement right when that low volume node starts. Now we peaked up into it, but sellers kind of brought us back down a little bit so far today. So a lot of folks might be short. They might have tried to get out already. Once you're a seller, you become a buyer, right? And so that could describe some of this green candle. If we kind of go into and this applies to all the markets, not just the E-mini S&P. I'm just doing it because it's a nice look. Let's take a peek now at what's happened intraday. So the range is kind of small here. It's not a huge trading range today, and the volume profile is kind of situated. The point of control is situated south of where we're trading at right now, 68.47. A bulk of the volume is already been done. And so you see prices above value here. You see all this, this kind of, I don't know, it's not a tail really, but it's kind of this just, I don't know, a little rectangular volume area that's painted over time as we slowly creep up. So the volume is a lot less, right? Again, early day, early close on Monday, probably not that much activity going on right now. So low volume rally going on in most of these markets right now. And right away, we're seeing a little bit of a red candle here. So probably there's going to be some equilibrium going into the close today. I could be wrong, but we're miles away from that 1-day max up here, and that's at 69.22. And, this has just been such a slow grind that I'd be surprised if we get there. I would be less surprised if we drove back down into the value area, and it starts at 68, 65.50. But anything could happen today. Just keep in mind, probably a little less participation, probably some profit taking, getting ready for the weekend, and that's that. So that's really all I wanted to say at the end of the week. We had a great week with great guests, with NinjaTrader Live. A lot of you guys are awesome in the community. This is the best trading community I've been involved with, and I'm saying this sincere, not just because I work here, but sincerely, I say that it's very true. Everyone helps each other out, which is the key, right? Trading is a hard, lonely business sometimes, and a community is a group of people that have like interests and support each other, and that's exactly what you guys are doing. So thank you for that. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the thumbs up for our special presenters today. It's been awesome. You guys in the chat are the best. All right. Having said all that, I think we've covered all of our announcements for today. So, most important message, folks, going into this long weekend, please be safe out there, be good to each other. See you Monday night.